Do I hear munchies there?
Yep.
Yeah, crisp. Amazing. What have you got there? I'm getting hungry
I
now.
got some squashies, they're like drumstick sweets.
Oh.
Um, yeah, they're like what flavor are they? They're not the original drumsticks. They're like sour ones, super cool.
Oh man, that sounds great. Oh, and then we oh shit, I can't believe I didn't bring in. All I have is this stupid vodka here with me. Oh. Ah, we're live. Welcome, comrades in the chat. Harry's all getting on. Let's do a quick shout out. I see Jessidiah, Martin Barakov, Alex, Rachel Martinez, Lee Flex, the Partisan, Tank Punk. Harry's getting on. Good to see you. Oliver Smith, how are things? Today we have a fantastic guest. We have Comrade Saber on with us today. Would you like to introduce yourself to everybody? Oh, and just sorry, before you do that, just keep an eye on the levels. People in the chat, if things are a little bit too quiet, please let me know, and then we'll adjust levels accordingly. Comrade Saber, would you like to introduce yourself to everybody?
Yes, greetings. I hope everyone is doing well. I'm seeing the usual suspects in the chat, which is always nice. No pressure on me whatsoever.
Keeping it show.
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. Cool. Saber has a YouTube channel. It's really interesting. I really recommend that everybody checks it out, subscribes. He talks about a lot of really interesting subjects over there. I remember actually the first video I remember seeing on your channel, I think it was on woke Hollywoods.
Oh my god.
That was like
woke Hollywood.
Wasn't that
no.
It was like the Ariel. It was like Black Ariel. People were really upset, and it was like really funny because you were just like, wait, these people are upset about the source material, and then you go back to the source material, and like Ariel is like, I don't know, like what is it, like bleeding feet or something like that throughout the whole film, or there's something like that, just like blood gushing down from her legs like the entire film, and like Disney was not
exactly.
They
Yeah,
didn't care about source material.
It's incredibly ironic that like all these people are getting so offended about the people that are claiming to be angry at the left being offended by everything, right? Are the people that are screaming over the most inconsequential things.
Exactly.
And in that video, I just wanted to cover a few specific examples of that. One of which was the Little Mermaid situation, and obviously, you know, if people want to get upset over a fictional novel in the first place, it's kind of like I'm not too sure about that. But then like I actually researched it because I was thinking to myself, okay, I've seen Little Mermaid before. You know, I wanted to see what I could gather for the purposes of the video, right? So I read the Wikipedia of of the of the thing, and I'm reading through the synopsis, and I'm like, wait a minute, this is not the thing that I remember when I was like 10 watching Little Mermaid. And yeah, it just involves the most like okay, let's just put it this way. It would not be a PG if Disney were to release a Little Mermaid, keeping it true to the source material, because it involves, like you were saying, Ariel walking around feeling as though like blood is knives are being like shoved in her legs and whatnot.
That's what.
And at the end of the story, she basically turns into foam. Like she's gone. Whereas in the original, she gets married, she has a kid, and she appears in the sequel, television show, and even like a few video game appearances, and it just does not seem true to the source material. So I was just very confused as to why these anti-SJWs weren't upset at that. They want to focus all their attention on the fact that the new Little Mermaid is Black. And another thing to make it even worse is that apparently Ariel is not even like a white mermaid in the original. She's blue apparently. I mean green or something like that. Yeah. So yeah, it's even stranger.
So it's so strange. It's almost like these reactionaries don't have a really consistent ideology. It's very, very strange. Actually, it is very strange. Recently I had a kind of similar experience with this. I've been doing a couple of videos sort of debunking, well, not even necessarily debunking, just sort of, I suppose, challenging some far right notions in Ireland, on the Irish far right in particular. And it's very, very strange, the kinds of things that they sort of vomit up. They're really concerned about they have this thing like mass immigration. And then you're like, okay, well, there's not really that big of a deal in terms of like mass immigration, and then they'll move the goalposts and they'll say, no, actually, it's about ethnicity. It's about ethnicity and Irish ethnicity, and like they're just so inconsistent in everything they say. It just doesn't make any sense. Like they'll start complaining about like Muslims coming over, and you're like, radical Islam is going to take over Ireland, and it's like, mate, like in the top 10 of all the people who come to Ireland, like none of them come from any Islamic countries. This isn't an issue here at all. These are just like imported far right talking points from all over the world. It's just so ridiculous. And it's like it's so strange because like if you look at like the people who are immigrating to Ireland, like the main countries that people are coming from, like the top three are like Poland, let's see, the UK, and like France and Germany. And these are all like places that are like either like white or like Catholic. Like generally, I'm speaking, you know, kind of white or Catholic. And like this is something that they really bandy around through their identity. Like it's all about this like white Irish Catholic identity that they're now starting to focus in on, which is kind of a strange. It's kind of a new kind of development that's kind of come about with the far right in Ireland, because historically the far right would have been more focused on like unionism, loyal to the UK. You know, like think about like north of Ireland, like the Orange thing, William of Orange, and all this sort of stuff. So yeah, it's really strange. They're just sort of they have these weird little talking points. Once you interrogate them even a tiny little bit, you realize they fall apart straight away. They'll move the goalposts. They'll change things. You know, before, as you said, we're talking about like they really care about the source material, but then you look at the source material and it's just like it's so far removed from what they're actually talking about. And
Yeah.
and yeah, it's a very thinly veiled. They very thinly veil whatever reactionary ideology it might be, and generally it might
Exactly.
be
Yeah. Because
like racism or whatever it is, you know.
yeah, and like before I really developed my political understanding, I'd come across this content, and I'd like my initial reaction just being a kid, just being like, "Oh, this is terrible." But after thinking about it for more than just a little bit, it's like it doesn't really make sense.
Yeah,
And yeah, like another thing that I brought up in that Woke Hollywood video is the fact that they're getting angry at the possibility that Thor will be a woman in the next one.
oh
So
yeah,
like
yeah.
the mantle will be passed over, or the hammer, as I said in the video, the hammer will be passed over
Mm.
to a woman, right? And it's like, okay, so if that's your main complaint about Thor, why aren't you upset at the fact that Thor, like a Norse god, is in the Marvel Cinematic Universe to begin with? Does that really make sense? Like, there's why
What
is
the fuck
he
is wrong
in
with
the
these
Marvel
people?
Cinematic Universe? Isn't that shouldn't that be like your main complaint in regards to Thor, right? And again, it's just these things like piling up one by one, and it just led me to believe like these people are not serious about any of the things that they're saying. There's obviously
Exactly.
some kind of underlying grievance that they have that they're trying to disguise under the veil of anti-political correctness and things
Exactly.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this is it exactly. This is 100%. They'll kind of there's that great quote. I can't really remember, but like the fascists, they don't really care. They'll say whatever they want, whatever they think they can say to get like to gain popular favor. And but yeah, they have to veil it because they know that like fascism is just such a abhorrent and disgusting and horrific ideology. So they have to veil it, you know. And so you have fascists in Ireland calling themselves like centrists. They're all centrists now. And actually, what's really
Mhm.
annoying is the fascists in Ireland are they're kind of taking these Strasserist kind of positions, like these kind of left. It sounds very left wing, you know. They're talking about like workers' rights. They'll start talking about capitalism and all this kind of stuff. They even start talking about like finance capital and imperialism
Mhm.
and all these things.
Yeah.
And you know, the second you kind of prod them, and it's like, could you please tell me what finance capital is and how that's distinguished from capital, from regular old capital and capitalism? They don't know. They don't know because these are just little slogans that they have out to just sort of mask their odious ideology, you know. And so
Mhm.
yeah, so you know, you complain about political correctness rather than complain about the fact that you can't say this horrific stuff anymore, you know, or do this horrific stuff, or think these horrific things anymore, you know, or do these horrific things, you know. And yeah, it's a huge problem. But anyway, I know we've sort of gone off on a little tangent there for like about 10 minutes, but today we are sort of, I suppose, going to get to the bottom of a lot of these things. We're going to really start looking at like the serious systemic issues for a lot of these problems. And I think that's going to be pretty exciting. And before we do that, will we just do a bit more of an introduction to you and who you are? And I think it'd be really interesting for people in the audience maybe to learn a little bit more about maybe like your background. You can talk a little bit about your channel, maybe why you created a channel in the first place, what you're interested in. And then, if you're comfortable doing so, maybe a little bit about your political development, ideology, and all that sort of stuff, just to sort of, you know, situate people and give people a bit of a
Mhm.
context before we jump
Definitely,
into it.
definitely. And like this is one of the reasons why I feel so comfortable. How would you say? just criticizing the kind of anti-SJW, because I think this will tie in quite perfectly to like my own journey as a my own political journey.
Look forward
So
to it.
okay, so let's I don't okay, so let's go back a few years, shall
Mm.
we? Um, so I suppose growing up, I think liberalism was kind of like the default around me,
Mm.
living where I'm living in like in London, right?
Mm.
And growing up, we don't really learn anything about politics or even economics.
Mm.
So the only thing I knew in regards to like political sphere was whatever was on the news, as well as every once in a while seeing like Labour picket signs as I'm going to school, like there and back. So
Mm.
for me, it was just as far as I knew, like Labour was a default in terms of politics and whatnot. So, and again, it is quite hard to put a whole like chronology to it. So I'll try my best, and you can feel free to prod me with questions as we go as well.
Yeah, of course.
So yeah, okay. So when I was around like 17 or 18, one of those times.
Mm.
Actually, no, let me backtrack a bit more because I feel like this ties in perfectly as well. So yeah, when I was around, like, let's say 12, 13, something like that, this was around the time where like Modern Warfare 2 came out,
Mm.
the Call of Duty game.
Mm.
And this was my first time like playing online with my friends and whatnot. And it was the most toxic environment
Jesus,
you can
yeah.
imagine. Being in those lobbies, it's one of those, it's that weird quote that people used to say, if you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen, something like that.
Yeah.
Because it was just roasting, it was just about your mom this, your dad this, like the most craziest. If there was any drama, you have to 1v1 me on Rust, has to be a sniper match, all these kinds of really, really toxic things. And
Yeah.
although it was like really toxic at the time, I have a lot of like nostalgic memories of me and my friends just going like destroying each other, which is, I don't know, it's a strange memories to have for sure. And that kind of carried over to like where we'd be in like group chats, for example, just
Mm.
roasting each other in group chats constantly, nonstop. Uh, so
Yeah, we do
like
that here as
memeing each
well.
other. Yeah.
All the time. Like the more like if you're nice to someone in Ireland, like there's a problem. It's like, wait, why is this person being nice to me? He's not my friend.
Yeah.
The friendlier you are
So
with
there's
someone, the
yeah,
more of a dick
exactly.
you
Yeah,
are.
exactly. Yeah. So yeah, that's one thing that kind of shaped me in one aspect. The other aspect was, I think I would say in regards to like religion and even spirituality, I'd often find myself going down these rabbit holes trying to be like, what is God? Like, is God real? This kind of stuff, right?
Mm.
Like, exploring various different things.
And did
That was
you?
another.
Can I ask? Just you asked me to prod, so I'm gonna give it a little nudge here. Did you? Was your background in your background? Did you come from kind of a religious background, or more like an
No,
atheist or
no, no.
agnostic kind of?
Yeah, like it wasn't really discussed too much, so it was
Mm.
kind of like a free for all. You kind of just found your own thing. Yeah. So yeah, that was another thing, and like I suppose where it kind of came together was when uh, I started to watch this like gaming podcast, right?
Mm.
And this was right to my tune because they had the same kind of like roasting mindset uh, that I had with my friends. So I was used to that. But then they started talking more about like political stuff, and they had a variety of ideas. And I remember thinking to myself, it was really cool to hear these kinds of people talking about all these ideas because I didn't really have anywhere else to hear about that. Like on the news, it's very like milked. It's very like one dimensional on the
Mm.
mainstream media at the very least. And yeah, that was it. So that was like my first taste in terms of like political stuff, right?
Mm.
And then on the other side, on the religious side, I'd come across these like atheist destroys in all caps.
We all remember the aggressive atheist face. We've all
Yeah,
been
yeah.
there in
So
some way, shape, or
I
form.
have these thumbnails seared into my head of like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Richard Feynman and Sam Harris and Richard Dawkins with like laser eyes and like atheist destroys Muslim,
Yeah, I remember them.
annihilates a Christian pastor, whatever the case may be, right? So yeah, after like consuming a bunch of that, obviously the algorithm sent me down those rabbit holes and kept me in as much as they could,
Mm.
right? And so that kind of morphed into seeing like some of those people uh appearing in these like anti-SJW versus logic style videos. It was like the same format,
Mm.
same thumbnails, same titles, everything. And again, same people, right? Like Sam
Yeah.
Harris was one of those people.
Oh yeah.
Um, exactly. And I'm sure everyone may have remembered that
Oh,
that
that
infamous video of
moment.
him and Ben Affleck, right? And so this is
I
where
don't
the
think I
word.
saw that actually. I don't think I was actually into Sam Harris
Mhm,
for I don't know a few months or maybe a year or something like that, a number of
mhm.
years ago. But what happened with him and Ben Affleck? Was that the one when was that like the meme one with like "Hello Darkness, My Old Friends," the old Simon and Garfunkel song, or was that something else?
I think that's something else. I think so.
That's something else. Oh,
Um,
okay, sorry.
but
What happened in that one? I can't remember this.
so in this one, it was basically where he was talking about he was doing his typical like anti-Muslim rhetoric, and Ben Affleck was going crazy.
Mm.
Um, and yeah, like even though like looking back at that clip, Ben Affleck definitely was on the right track, I suppose, but he just came across very like uh overreacting. He was overreacting in a sense. And it made it seem like, from my point of view, again, keep in context all the stuff that's going on, like the 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 Modern Warfare 2, the
Yeah.
Modern
This
Group
is
Chats, all
the
of that. I'm just like, what is this?
fucking
Why is Ben Affleck?
SJW thing.
Exactly. Look at this
Yeah.
SJW. Can't take
Yeah.
any criticism,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. So
I think this might have been maybe it was around the same time. Maybe I'm mistaken the memes, but I think it probably was that. It's like a black screen behind him, and there's like a moment where he's
oh
just like, oh
yes,
shit.
yes. So this is around the time where those kinds of things came to prominence, right?
Yeah.
And so it was all kind of blending into one. The gaming podcast that I started to watch started talking about more political stuff, and then every once in a while they'd be like, "Hey, Joe Rogan." They'll say something about Joe Rogan, right? And then I'd be like, I wonder who this Joe Rogan person is. And so I'd
Mm.
go and go look at Joe Rogan's channel, and I see Sam Harris on there as well. And I'm like, whoa, the worlds are colliding. The worlds are colliding. And then I was into that rabbit hole for a little bit.
I was in
But like,
there for quite a long for a couple of years actually. I was in the Joe Rogan rabbit hole there. Oh. Yeah, from like
mhm,
2014, 2016, I
mhm,
think I was pretty heavy in there. And Duncan Trussell,
exactly.
Duncan Trussell, and
Exactly. Yeah,
Chris
yeah.
Ryan.
My favorite podcast episodes, just to give people a taste in like what I am interested in, were the Duncan Trussell ones where he goes on these
Yes.
tangents about psychedelics and
Oh, they were so
yeah,
funny. The shrimp parade
yeah, like
ones.
exactly.
Oh,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
were so good. He's got such evocative language. Actually, his podcast is pretty funny as well. The Duncan
Mhm.
Trussell family era. I don't know if you heard that as well. But that was pretty funny as well.
Yeah, yeah. I've seen a few episodes of those ones as well. I used
Yeah.
to watch those like religiously almost. And
That's
yeah,
funny.
like my other favorite ones to watch were like the science and technology ones
Mm.
where they talk about quantum physics and like AI and whatnot, and all these kinds of things that I found to be very, very interesting. So
Mm.
yeah, like I feel like these worlds were kind of colliding, and that kind of pushed me down, or like gave the algorithms a taste that like I like this kind of content, and so my
Mm.
recommended feed was always like filled with these really like anti-SJW content. And I tried to stay away from it as long as I could
Yeah.
because on the one hand, I had this content. I tried not to let myself go too far down into this rabbit hole, and then on the other side, on the other hand, I'd still watch pretty progressive content at the same time,
Mm.
as well as watching a lot of content about like Black revolutionary thinkers like Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, these kinds of
Mm.
people, right? So like, yeah. So the reason why I keep talking about the algorithms is because I recognize how powerful they are in creating this echo chamber effect.
Yeah.
And if people don't necessarily like realize what's happening, you can find yourself in a position where like your entire algorithm has shaped a particular rabbit hole that you can't really escape from. So I was always tethered to like the other side. So I wasn't like fully going into the anti-SJW. In the back of my head, I would always have these different ideas bouncing around in my head, making sure that I didn't go too far. And there was a few sticking points that I just couldn't really reconcile.
Mm.
One of which was I'd say climate change is one of them, right? Which
Yeah.
seemed to be a huge deal. The entire I remember thinking to myself, this is one of the biggest existential threats to our species, right?
Yeah.
And all of the anti-SJWs would spend most of the time talking about like the crazy feminists that are trying to destroy Western civilization. I was like, where
Yeah.
are your priorities at? I was like so confused.
Yeah.
But marketplace of ideas. So I was like, okay, I'll let
Of
this one
course. Yeah.
slide, right?
Yeah.
And then another one would come in, and it's like, okay, they'd be talking about uh, systemic racism as if it's entirely the fault of like black people and black culture and whatnot. And I'm like, do
Yeah.
you not understand like slavery and Jim Crow and all of these kinds of things, right? Like
Mm.
all these kinds of things that are shaping the, creating the material conditions that are making it, very, very hard to succeed as an African American, right?
Yeah.
Or even as a black person in general,
Yeah.
where like at home and abroad, as some people may say. So yeah,
Yeah.
there were these things that were constantly like bouncing back and forth in my head, and over time, I just became like increasingly like bored of this kind of content. I was just like, these people don't have any answers to anything
Yep.
really. They're just complaining, no solutions, and the solutions that they do have don't necessarily seem to fix the existential problems that we're facing. And I suppose I can get into like one of my other main concerns, which is in the fields of like artificial intelligence and the increasing centralization of these technologies, which is again something that these people never really spoke about. And
Yeah.
yeah, over time, I just thought, well, I've been a sort of creative person this entire time, right? Like just constantly just trying different things, making silly little videos here and there.
Mm.
And so I just thought like I wanted to put my creative talents to use, so to speak, to
Mm.
try to synthesize the concerns that I have with the deeper systemic issues that I'm starting to arise, and I can use like each video as a vehicle, so to speak, to kind of take an idea, to study it for a little while, crystallize it down into an essay of some kind,
Mm.
and then to use that essay as a script for a video, and then post it out into the world so other people can learn as well. And so that's basically what I've been doing since mid 2019. There's probably a lot of holes that I missed, but I'm sure we can fill those in as time goes on. But yeah, like,
Yeah.
it's one of those things where I'm like, yeah, take it one video at a time. I don't know everything, obviously. So it's just like take it one video at a time, learn the thing, put it out there. If people like it, then that's cool. If people don't like it, then they can provide their constructive criticism, and then I can use that to continue to learn and continue to develop my own like political ideas.
Mm.
So yeah, and yeah, I'd say I'd finish off here. Like it seems like of all of my journey, or like my entire journey, right? It seems like the most um the most comprehensive explanation for the issues that we're seeing in society today have to do with the criticisms of the actual like economic structure itself.
Yep.
And so as I'm diving into it, it's just so interesting to me that these answers have been like there for like centuries now.
Yep.
And
It's
I'm like,
really
so
crazy.
yeah,
Really
yeah.
crazy.
And so I'm like, okay.
Like we're gonna
Yeah.
talk about Walter
So
Rodney and on, like, and like he's got so many answers, and you're just like, holy shit, what he was saying this shit in the '70s, and like it's 50 years later, and we're like still trying to arrive at the same conclusions that he's already been at like light years ahead of us. Like it's so crazy.
yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
anyway,
So yeah,
sorry.
to cut a long story short, and yeah, if you want to prod me with any more questions, feel free. Yeah, but it's like I feel like I've been on this journey now, and I feel like I'm now coming full circle, so to speak. And it's like, okay, I'm taking all of these ideas that I've had in the past, all of these contradictions that I couldn't really understand beforehand, like climate change and technological unemployment, um, and trying to synthesize that into something that actually makes sense,
Mm,
by using like theory to really like find a comprehensive answer to do so. And yeah, to say one more thing on that, this kind of ties into the woke Hollywood video, because I think that video was made like a year ago now,
mm.
and looking back at that, because I did scroll up our DMs and I was like, when did you first send me a message? And I think your first message was in response to that video. And I
Yeah.
was like, whoa, like comparing that video with the video that I just posted like a few days ago, it's almost light and day, I think.
I didn't want to say I didn't want to say that, but like watching your most recent video, by the way, there's a link in the description box below. Go check it out. It's unbelievable. It's very clear that your analysis has really I don't know how to say it. It's like it's really leveled up. Like you're really looking at things much more like systemically. You're looking at the material basis for all these things. Like you, it is, as you said, night and day. Like really, really an incredible. That most recent video is absolutely incredible. The other stuff was really, really good. Don't get me wrong. You know, woke Hollywood. There's a lot of really, really great points in there. Really, really useful. But you can definitely see a political developments that sort of, I suppose, moves some more of kind of. how can I say, more like it's an individual kind of perspective
Hmm.
to a much more larger collective systemic understanding of these kinds of political concerns and economic issues and how they give rise to these kinds of problems. So yeah, night and day, as you say.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. That's one of the things that I like to really like make sure that I am improving like every video, whether it's in terms of what I'm saying or even in regards to the quality of the actual the video as well, with the edits and whatnot, making it a bit more cinematic here and there. Yeah, and it's like if that wasn't the case, if it wasn't the case that my recent video was leaps and bounds better than the woke Hollywood video, then I'm definitely doing something wrong. So, so
Yep.
it's like okay, I'm glad that I can see a noticeable difference between this video and that one.
Mm.
Um, and I'm glad that other people can see that difference as well. Because, like I said, at that time, my political knowledge wasn't as developed. Really, I was just
Mm.
taking it like one video at a time, thinking of like one idea that I can talk about, um, and yeah, like not really having that much of a material analysis. 'Cause I didn't really understand it too much,
Mm.
and yeah, I've just been taking it like one video at a time, as I said,
Mm.
reading as much as I can, and then yeah, bringing it into each video. So yeah.
Well, that's what they say. I mean, like, look, the best way to learn something is to teach. They say, like the best way to learn something is to teach
Mhm.
something. And like when you're making these videos, you are
Exactly.
teaching. You're
Yeah.
you're doing a deep dive into each subject, and you're correcting. You're correcting as you go as well. As you said, you're open to this constructive criticism where it's not like you put out the video and then that's the end of it. That's where education ends. It's finished. We're done with that. We can move on. No, because like you're gonna get comments of people saying, "Hey, have you considered it from this point of view or from that point of view?" And that's gonna help refine the analysis moving forward. Always, and so as you said, like it's this process of growth and development, and yeah, really, really interesting thing. And I can't stress this enough to people in the chat, people who are watching this in the future, people who are checking out the video of this over the weekend or in the next coming weeks. Please go check out that most recent video on the deep history, Walter Rodney, and the underdevelopment of Africa. It's absolutely fantastic. And you mentioned like the videos have gone very, very cinematic, and yeah, I noticed that as well. Can I ask for your tips? Like, what can I ask? What software you're using? How did you level up that? Quality so much. Did you surf the bays? Yo ho ho, pirate fell. To download some good software.
Well, no, because okay, so here's the thing. It's like
What's your secret?
okay, so first of all, I'll talk about the kind of mindset that I have, or that I have had like for a while actually, and I have this like chronic. I'm not fond of this term. It's like a programming term. It's known as the chronic imposter syndrome,
Ah,
which
yeah,
is
yeah,
that this idea that like no matter how much you're doing, it doesn't feel like you're really making any progress.
yeah,
So
yeah,
I feel like
yeah.
I have that in my head for almost everything that I'm doing. So
It's
yeah, like
capitalism
as
for
I'm
you.
sitting there, like yeah, like toiling away, like I don't know, programming, to give an example of something else that I do in my spare time. Um, just feeling like I have no idea what I'm doing. There's just so much to learn, so much to take in, blah blah blah.
Yep.
And yeah, and one thing that I have learned from that field is just the idea that you obviously are improving, and instead of um, instead of turning away from that and shying away from that to say that, oh, I'm not good enough, I'm never going to be good enough, to sort of use that as an indication that your brain is telling you that, oh, there's just something else that there's an open end, there's an open ocean of knowledge that I can really dive into to really like plug away at the empty holes that or at the empty holes that I see in front of me. So yeah, taking that into the field of like video creation and whatnot, like I was saying, just making sure that I'm reading as much as I can
Mm.
to try to develop my political and like economic understanding. And then in terms of on the creative side, uh, well, I kind of feel like I'm a bit of I'm a pretty creative person in general, first and foremost.
Mm.
But also, it's just about figuring out um, how I can make something incrementally better, knowing that in the long term it will probably compound in some way, shape, or form. So in terms of my actual process, I'd say, how do I, for example, increase the quality of the uh, the video? Right, that's just
Mm.
one thing. Instead of making the video at 720p, how do I find clips that are 1080p? That's one thing. Another thing that I like to incorporate is music, which obviously everyone has in their videos nowadays, but I have like a really like a really like keen ear towards the musical side of things. Like, I try to find. I spent a very long time trying to find the right music to set the tone that I'm trying to convey in the video.
Mm.
So and how I can possibly like time that to what I'm saying and how I can create this atmosphere,
That's
right? Because
so
I'm
difficult. Jesus
yeah,
Christ.
yeah.
And like
So yeah,
especially
yeah,
find like copyright free music as well.
exactly, exactly. Another big problem.
Yeah.
So
Wait.
yeah, so I'd also say that let's see, music. Actually, yeah, no. So another thing on the music is just that yeah, like as I watch TV shows and as I watch movies and whatnot, and anime, I'm a big fan of anime, right?
Mm.
It's like, how do I, like, as I'm watching this, it's always the sound, it's always the background that sets the tone for what's happening, right? And so I'm thinking to myself, I need to utilize this thing because can you imagine watching a really intense horror film or something like that, and this is really cheerful music in the background? It won't really, it's not, it'll kind of take you out of the moment, to say the least.
Oh my god,
So
amazing. Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
But
So
do you, how,
there's that. We've got the
but
quality, you know.
how do you keep up with the consistent quality? I got really lazy. I just found like one sort of basic kind of like, I don't know,
Mhm,
chill step kind of tune that I play in the back of all of my videos now because I was like, all
mhm,
right, fuck, it's just that's consistent. It doesn't, I don't know, indicate any mood. It'll work with everything. Grand. I'll just play it quietly in the background. People won't even notice. I used to, like when I started out making videos and that, I'd spend like a lot of time like and every 2 minutes you'll hear like a different sort of song playing in the background to sort of, as you said, kind of
mhm,
foreground maybe what's coming, to sort of get people ready for, is this kind of a serious moment? Is this kind of a lighthearted, kind of funny moment, or whatever it might be? Oh, jeez, I've just gotten so lazy. I've gotten so lazy
mhm.
with these. I don't know how you
Yeah,
keep
no,
up
and
the quality.
I feel like I have this tendency. It's in my head. I can definitely feel it at some point. But when I actually get into the groove of like putting the videos together, there's always a point where I'm like, I think I'm done. And then I'll leave it for a couple of hours, and I'm like, no, I'm not done. I'm not done. I have to come back and spend like a couple more hours tweaking this particular thing.
Yeah, yeah.
What new transition can I add in here? Like, how can I make it slightly more cinematic and all these kinds of things.
Mm,
So um, yeah, no, yeah, like I was saying, this kind of brings it all together. So let me run through like a typical like video essay planning and like recording process, right?
mm,
So let's say I spend a while like reading and taking notes of the thing that I'm trying to write about. Uh, Write the scripts,
mm.
draft the script, and again it's the same thing. I look at the script, I'm like, this is okay, but I need to do
You have to go
another
back.
redraft.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
hate that.
exactly. So,
It's like I'm done. Oh wait, no,
but
I've only
no,
just started.
but like here's the thing. This kind of goes back to the whole idea of like learning something as a vehicle to develop our own understanding for it as well, right? So if I have the script there and I feel like I can redraft it and make it a bit more concise
Mm,
than the previous draft, it kind of indicates to me that I understand it better than I thought I did.
mm.
So if I'm able to take that extra draft and like go through it and reword something that a normie could understand as opposed to someone who already understands like the basics of like political theory and whatnot, then
Yeah.
it kind of indicates to me that I have a slightly deeper understanding of it as well.
Mm,
So yeah, there's that. So let's say I have the entire script finished, and then I spend a little while finding the right music for it, as I was talking about before, and then I'll record the the voiceover. So I'll record the commentary, and then I'd literally take it into the editing software and I'd just listen to it blank screen and trying to put the music in the right places
mm,
in regards to like what I'm saying when I'm saying it. Can I fade it in here? Can I fade it out there?
mm.
Um, and yeah, a lot of video essays that I've actually learned a lot from. I wouldn't say video essays, just videos that I've learned a lot from.
Yeah.
It would more or less be fine there. They maybe put like one image in the back and say, okay, here we go, let's upload it. But I'm like, no, no, no. Let me find a bunch of clips. Let me find a bunch of pictures to put in the background to give emphasis to what I'm saying.
Mm.
And once I've done that draft, I'm like, nope, I need to put more transitions. And then I'm like, no, I need to
Never
put an
finished.
overlay. No, I need to put some black bars to make it look more like a film instead of actual
Yeah,
thing.
yeah,
So
yeah.
it's this iterative process. It's this iterative process.
Uh,
Um, and then by that time, I'm usually done, which is easier said than done for sure. But
Mhm.
then it's ready to go, and I'm happy with it. So yeah, that's basically like running through a typical video that I'm trying to make. Trying to make it as good as possible. And yeah, like I'm always so surprised when people say that they like it, because in the back of my head I'm still like, oh gosh, did I is this the one that's gonna bring me down? Is this the one?
The quality is
Is this the one?
really, really good. No, genuinely, it's really, really good. It's actually, I'm kind of looking at your channel at the moment now, and I'm just like, why haven't more people seen this? This is really fucking good quality stuff. But I mean, it's very hard to, to get the algorithm to pass your stuff on to people. It's very hard for to get these kinds of videos out there. And yeah, anyway, I'm hoping that the YouTube algorithm will be a bit kinder in the future, because it's really good stuff, and it really needs to be it really needs to be checked out. It's really, really high quality. There's a few YouTubers as well, left-wing YouTubers, who I see like they're making like these fucking masterpieces, and like they're just not getting very many views. They don't have very many subscribers. And you're doing quite well now. Like, I see you've passed 4K. Congratulations on that. That's brilliant. But like I'm looking at like Space Babies as well. Space Babies is another YouTube.
Oh god, Space Babies! I don't
Have
understand
you
how
seen?
Space Babies has less subscribers than me.
Isn't it so crazy? I don't know. Like, how
I
does
don't
he?
get it. I don't understand
He's
it. Yeah.
so good. He's so smart. He knows everything. He breaks it down. He's like, it's like what you said, where like if you can take a very sort of, let's say, high-minded concept and break it down to the basic, the building blocks in a way that's easily accessible and understandable to other people, then you're doing the job right. Then you really understand it, and other people are really going to understand it. And he does that so well. His series Marx in the House. It's so good. It's so useful for helping people to understand and get a serious understanding of Marxist theories, But yeah, but again, it's so hard, like being like a left wing YouTube content creator as well. I think that a couple of years ago as well. I think a couple of years ago, maybe 2018, there was kind of a wave of excitement around the bread tube, the bread tube thing. People were getting like really excited, and there were some shout outs going around. And it seemed like there was a whole wave there that was kind of being surfed by a lot of people. But now it's not really. Now it's kind of like you have a few streamers. There's a lot of this kind of debate me bro stuff. Debate me bro, and if you're not doing that, then like you're not really jumping to the forefront, unless you're someone who's already kind of established, like let's say your philosophy tubes or your ContraPoints or H Bomber guys or whatever it might be. So it is pretty.
Yeah, definitely.
It's pretty hard to get started out as a left wing YouTuber. Yeah, so my sympathy. And anyway, hopefully a few people will go and check you out from this anyway, if that can help at all.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, and I will say another thing as well. It's like I remember years ago thinking about like making silly little gameplay videos and whatnot, and being stuck at a few hundred subscribers and whatnot for the longest time. And yeah, no, even though obviously 4,000 is not the biggest in the world,
It's
it's
impressive.
definitely it's something for sure.
It
And I
is.
remember just being like, oh, I just need to break 1,000. That's all, and I can die happy. But
And the goalpost moves when you get there. Yeah, I know the feeling all too well.
yeah. So I'm like, 4,000. That's ridiculous. I can't imagine having a stadium full of 4,000 people.
Imagine that.
Looking at me.
That's crazy when you put that in context. Like when you actually think of like real people like in front of you, it's just like, whoa, that's huge. Like that's unbelievable. Like like you would like okay, now there's like 57 people watching now. I can see like on YouTube it's saying 57. But like imagine a classroom or like a lecture hall filled. It's like 56 or 57 people. It's pretty substantial.
Just listening to us talk and drink wine or vodka.
Yeah, just hanging out and talking communist shit, or socialists or whatever. It's cool. I think these numbers are kind of dwarfed when you look at the larger figures, which we kind of see people with like millions of subscribers or hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and so it's a little bit unfair, I suppose, if you try and compare yourself to them and to what they're doing. But yeah, anyway, just keep at it. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. It's a marathon.
Definitely.
So yeah, I don't know. Like I think I'm doing this for like over 2 years. I'm doing this for well over 2 years at this stage now. Yeah, it's still tough. It's still tough going, but yeah. Anyway, just keep on going.
I think you were one of those people that I saw and I was like, oh gosh, how could I ever compete with this person right here?
Oh,
They know
on.
so much.
Oh, come on. Get out
Yeah,
of it. As if.
100%.
I wish. I'm spoofing. I do exactly I do exactly what you do, where it's like I don't really know anything about this subject, but okay, I have to do a stream about this, or I have to do a video about this. Oh shit, I better learn everything. I better learn everything now in the next like 24 hours. And it kind of it pushes you forward, which is cool. But it is kind of, demanding, but it's good. Like on Wednesday there we were talking about like cultural materialism and Marxist cultural analysis. We talked about cultural Marxism, the sort of crazy right wing conspiracy theory, but also actual Marxist cultural analysis. And so I had to do like a lot of reading for that. Today, we're going to be talking about like Walter Rodney and how Europe underdeveloped Africa, and like it's really useful. Like it pushes you forward and
Yeah. That's another reason. Yeah, like I was saying, it's
forces
another
you.
reason why I wanted to do that. It's like an extra thing to encourage you to keep studying, because obviously these are things that I'd really want to be learning on my own anyways, but just knowing that people are waiting for the next video, it's like, okay, now I need to just step it up a little bit
Yeah, it
more.
pushes you that little bit further. Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
it's nice. It's nice in that regard. It is really nice in that regard. Some people do like online like study clubs and stuff like that. Like people have like little like Discord servers. Some people like do. I notice people do like YouTube videos doing this. But yeah, hopefully it's the same kind of thing, and hopefully we're imparting this knowledge to other people, and hopefully we're doing it justice as well. And hopefully today we'll do justice to comrade Walter Rodney as well, because unfortunately,
Yeah.
we were talking about this before. Like he's such an underrated figure. Like you never hear people talking about Walter Rodney. You just don't hear it. It's like, who's that, Walter Rodney? I don't know. And then you read the stuff and you're just like, holy shit, this guy is fucking amazing. But anyway, we'll get into that. We'll talk a little bit more about that. Was there anything else that you wanted to discuss before we sort of jump into the meat of the conversation here, or should we dive right in? What you think?
I think we've covered everything introduction wise. I suppose everything else will kind of seep into the meat of the conversation.
Yeah.
I think if not, then I'm sure we can cover it afterwards.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, just before we do, I just want to check time wise. Do you have like a time limit, or are you kind of pushed for time, or are you
No,
okay?
not at all. I can
Great.
stay
Okay.
for as long as you want. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, I've gotten to like 10:30 here, so that's like an hour and 45 minutes more. I don't have the 5 hours, unfortunately. I had it gotten a couple of times, but yeah, we can definitely hang out for that time, and I think we'll be able to cover pretty good amounts during that period. Okay, cool. So thank you very much. I really appreciate that, Saber, for the introduction and the sort of overview of your political developments and all that. Really, really interesting to hear. Let's dive into it. So, how did Europe underdevelop Africa? I mean, this is kind of coming from Walter Rodney's text, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. There's a full book. I think it was 1972 when he wrote that. And yeah, it's an incredibly interesting book. Do you want to take it from there and see where this goes?
Definitely, yeah. Feel free to jump in if you feel like you can add anything else as
I
well.
don't know if I will be able to add anything else, but I might prod a little bit.
Yeah, okay, we'll see how we do, because even now I'm just like, oh god, here it comes.
I know the feeling, and I just want to. I need to just do a little confession before we get started on this part. I mentioned this to you beforehand. To people in the chat, I haven't finished this book, so it's a little bit awkward. I'm about halfway through this book at the moment. It's incredible, it's amazing, but just this week was pretty intense in terms of the reading that I had to do for the different streams and videos, and also political work outside of YouTube. So yeah, I'm about halfway through it. I haven't got through everything. I did that cheeky thing where you read the first couple of chapters and then you sort of jump to the end, just to get like the last couple of words, the last couple of the last chapter, and yeah, it's amazing. But there's a whole section in there in the middle that I really need to look at, which is actually like literally going through how specifically Europe underdeveloped Africa, and yeah. So, but we're going to need to probably talk about this. We're probably going to need to talk about what we mean when we say underdeveloped, versus developing and underdeveloping and all this sorts of stuff. But yeah, okay. With that in mind, let's push forward. Let's go for it. Best of luck, my friend.
All right, yeah. So essentially, one thing I think the most important thing, or one of there's many important things, let's put it that way. But like one important thing to keep in mind is that when you compare African societies, like within Africa and with the rest of the world, pre-colonial times or pre transatlantic slave trade, right? The kind of development that we see in comparison to development, the kind of development that we see today is like night and day. It's completely different. The African societies, for the most part, were developing almost in parallel. Well, I would say that there was a certain level of like uneven development across the continent, as well
Mm.
as obviously like within continent and in other continents, based on their environments. Right, different environments require uh, different things, right? They needed to develop different things to really deal with their environment, right?
Mm.
And some places develop more, some places develop less. But the kind of development that we see, the kind of difference in terms of the development of the societies is, uh, you know, if you're looking at the African continent today and you see the amount of poverty that's going on over there and like all of the issues that are happening in the African continent in comparison to the skyscrapers that you see in like in the Western world,
Yeah.
upon first glance, it may lead people to believe that it's some kind of there's something wrong with Africans. Why why are they not developing on the
Yeah.
same level as the Western world or
Mm.
even in some Asian societies? And obviously, this has fueled a lot of like racist sentiment too. People have used it to generate race realist ideas as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
And although obviously this can be easily debunked if you look into the science of like biology and whatnot, comparing I don't know genetic differences between this place and that place and whatnot, it doesn't really paint a big picture, right? Or it doesn't really paint a full picture of what actually happened.
Mm.
So yeah, like backtracking, let's say 500 years, 600 years, Africa was developing and they had very like advanced societies for the time. You had vast cities, vast civilizations across the entire African continent. Obviously, in terms of ancient African societies, people often think of Egypt
Mm.
as one, but they don't really have anything else. They don't really they don't really know um, what else Africans were doing at the time. And even then, a lot of people would have said that the Egyptian societies were like white or dark or light skinned Africans or like dark skinned Caucasians. This is one of the things that I
Mm.
saw, and I was just like, "What on earth is a dark skinned Caucasian?" Obviously, like, yeah. So that's just been so completely whitewashed to take Africans out of the history because it doesn't make sense if you consider the possibility that like in terms of the underdevelopment that we're seeing or the lack of development that we're seeing today, if those same people um, were the same people that were building pyramids way back then. It doesn't
Mm.
really make sense. What kind of change did we see? So going on to what to run these main thesis is the idea that um, underdevelopment is somewhat of an active process. So you have these societies developing, and as Europe essentially progresses ahead, that
Mm.
development comes at the expense of the Western world because as they expand, as they've expanded past their national or like their national borders, so to speak,
Mm.
um, they've had to essentially impose themselves onto people in what's known as the global South, right?
Mm.
And so this goes into essentially the definition of like uh, how Europe essentially escaped feudalism and came into capital and started to develop capitalism. And as we look into definitions like imperialism, it's obviously the case that once they reach a certain point, they have to look at foreign markets, foreign markets to essentially go into and to homogenize that place
Mm.
so that they can continue to expand or accumulate capital, right? And that's
Mm.
essentially what happened in Africa. So, and this mainly took place in the West, but it definitely cascaded onto the continent as a whole. And I suppose one example I can give is that throughout Africa, you had these really extensive trade routes from like east to west, spanning like hundreds of miles. There were extensive developments that were had in particular regions. As I was saying before, entire societies that were built and maintained. Obviously, again, it wasn't this utopian fantasy or anything like that, but they
Mm.
were comparable, and in some cases more advanced than the European counterparts. Um, and I think it's worth delving into Walter Rodney's definition of economic development, because I think that kind of sums it up really, really
Mm.
well.
Mm.
Um, so yeah, Walter Rodney, according to Rodney, he says, uh, a society develops economically as its members increase jointly their capacity for dealing with their environment. This capacity for dealing with the environment is dependent on the extent to which they understand the laws of nature, which is science, on the extent to which they put that understanding into practice by devising tools, so technology, and on the manner in which work is organized.
Mm.
So if Africa, if we know that different societies are doing this, if um, you know an African culture, African societies are imposed upon, and they no longer have the ability to understand the laws of nature because they're entirely preoccupied with the slave trade, essentially, and the colonial period afterwards. They don't understand, or they've lost the knowledge that they've had in regards to the laws of nature, and because of that, they can't develop the technologies to really put that understanding into practice. And
Mm.
then obviously, they're not able to um, accumulate or to generate the capital um, that well they did. Well, here's the ironic thing: they generated the stuff, they were doing the labor, they were doing all of this stuff, but
Mm.
all of that was essentially was being appropriated by the what Walter Rodney calls the metropole countries, so like the West, or like Europe
Yeah.
and America, right? So yeah, they weren't able to they basically weren't able to benefit from the fruits of their own labor and of
Mm.
their own resources. That was all done in the Western countries.
Mm.
So as we see, as the West develops, as time goes on throughout the slave trade and through the colonial period, what you see is the West continue to develop, continue to innovate on their own technologies. And yeah, from a non-material perspective, or just looking at it from the present day, just looking backwards, it seems like um well, it's just the Europeans are smarter, right?
Yeah.
they Americans are, yeah, they're just here tinkering away with their tools, but all of that, it's essentially analogous to I don't know, being in a skyscraper, looking at the top two floors and being like, yeah, look at what those people are able to produce up there, when the rest of the developed world are like the bottom 90% of the floors. If
Yeah.
you take away those 90%, the top two floors are not gonna just float in the air.
Boom.
It's just not how it works. We're looking at a global system, and it has been from the very, very start, right? You see these very strange conspiracies about like the globalists are trying to take over the world. They're trying to import this kind of one world socialist government or whatever it is, the kind of Alex Jones type conspiracy theories.
Mm.
But this was a global system basically from the beginning, right? How else would Europe um, expand into America and to develop the transatlantic slave trade if it wasn't a global system, right? Obviously, it had to have been a global system from the very, very beginning. Um,
Mm.
so yeah, that's basically like the initial like thesis, I suppose.
Yeah, yeah. It's kind of funny. And I thought that I think you mentioned earlier on that you're sort of in the London areas. That's correct, isn't it? You mentioned.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
which I think is really really interesting. And I suppose as you're reading about these things, it must have been I suppose kind of infuriating to learn about this. One a very and so I suppose if I can draw sort of a crude metaphor based on the kind of similarities through colonialism. Um, I remember when I was about maybe 17, 18, I went over to London and I went into the British Museum, and I walked into a section, and there's an Irish section in the British Museum, and I was sort of like, well, why did I have all of these? Why did I have all of this Irish stuff here in London in the British Museum? I think it's called the British Museum anyway. And it's free for entry. It's free for everybody to go into. So everybody thinks it's really cool and progressive, and tourists come from all over the world to check this out. Um, I can only imagine that that must have been kind of a similar experience where you're like, well, why has this country stolen all these goods, all this wealth extracted all this wealth like from all these other countries? I can only imagine it must have been extremely well, infuriating for you. Did you have any kind of similar experience to that when you were growing up, developing politically, just even through your own like observations, or maybe as you were sort of reading this stuff, especially within this kind of context as we're looking at through like the lens of Walter Rodney and this underdevelopment of Africa?
Well, yeah, like I'd say, like, yeah, this is one of the reasons why, despite the fact that I was being exposed to this like really strange anti-SJW content and like being like, maybe some of this is okay, but like, on the other hand, it's like my ancestors just poked themselves into my brain and like, what are you talking about?
Yes, yeah, 100,000%, if such a thing could exist.
Just keeping me in check, basically. And yeah, just
That's
reflecting on myself when I'm younger, right? I've always been interested in Egyptian culture, right? The mysteries of how the pyramids were built and the Sphinx and whatnot. But like, it just really like dawned on me that like I never really saw this as like a black civilization.
Yeah,
And once that realization hit me, I was like, oh my, how did I live? It's in like, yeah, it's very, I don't know, it left me speechless for a while. Like even now, I'm trying to really like reconcile with things like that. And obviously just going to museums and seeing that like these monuments or these things that were originated in Africa, not only in Egypt but across the entire continent, as I was saying before.
Yeah.
And they're just out here in display in European museums or American museums, and it's just the strangest contradiction, right? You have these nations that are trying to make it seem like they're so progressive and whatnot, and yet they just can't reconcile with the fact that like they can't reconcile with the exploitation that's been had over the past few centuries. Exactly. They can't reconcile with they make it seem like it's finished. It was bad for its time, but we're past that now. We've evolved past that, morally speaking. We're so civilized now, even though they were considering themselves to be like civilized back then. It seems like they're always trying to civilize everyone else. But when you look at how they actually went about civilizing people, it involved like genocide and it involved enslavement for centuries. Like, how by any definition is that considered civilization? And I think Rodney pointed out at some point in his book as well, this is pretty barbaric. If this is what civilization is, maybe
it's not what we should be aiming for.
Exactly.
Can I tell you a kind of funny irony as well? Like when I returned after I went back to Ireland and I went to a museum after having been to the British Museum, and some of the items that were in the British Museum in Ireland, we actually had replicas made of those artifacts. So like we literally in Ireland we couldn't get the real thing that were actually from Ireland, from here, like literally in Ireland, we couldn't have them. We had to make replicas for Ireland, but in London, England, they got to have like the real thing, and it's bizarre. And I think you mentioned Egypt as well. There's like a whole section on Egypt as well in the British Museum. Like just they've so much stuff that's just been extracted from Egypt, and it's just so crazy to see like that this this should be back there. And even if you think of like the sort of impact that could have in terms of actually benefiting like modern day, like where like the modern day Egypt, in terms of like tourism and revenue and all these kinds of things. I mean, they're still extracting from these countries, and even in these sort of I suppose surface level ways. Of course there are much more serious ways that they're extracting wealth and resources from these countries as well, above and beyond that, but these are very observable. Like you can see these things, you can literally look and see these things, like, and you don't need to be political to or have an understanding of economics or materialism or whatever to see and to feel these things, So,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, and I think this also points to the fact that despite this book being released in 1973, right?
Yep.
That you can clearly see that the underdevelopment is still happening.
Yep.
It's like, on the one hand, like I said, they're like, okay, we're past slavery, blah blah blah, but then there's still extorting the nations that were their former colonies and like bases for the extraction of enslaved Africans.
Mm.
And it's like there's such a strange like yeah, like again, this is something that's so normalized in society that when you go out of your way to read these figures or listen to the revolutionaries of the past, whether it's like Kwame Ture or Martin Luther King or Malcolm X or
Yeah.
Fred Hampton, all of these people.
Oh, Fred Hampton. Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's like
Powerful.
it's not. It's yeah. It leaves this weird thing because as I'm walking around society, and I'm sure you have this experience as well, of just seeing how the structure of society right now is still built on the back of so much oppression and stuff like that, and like the mainstream narrative just doesn't really address it. And again, it kind of ties back into what when you were talking earlier about
Yeah.
like the mass immigration, right? Why do you think the people are trying to escape their place in the first place?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
of
exactly because of all of the crap that they've had to deal with
imperialism.
for exactly
In a
because
word.
all the stuff that yeah,
Yeah.
just basically um basically just the sheer amount of exploitation that's used to kind of justify the exploitation of resources and or labor as well.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And yeah, but I don't know. I'll say one more thing on Rodney, and then I want to hear some more of your thoughts as well. And it's just
Mm.
that, like, so we have this book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, right?
Mm.
And even a lot of so-called leftists haven't really like in terms of their analysis, they don't really factor in Africa to a level that seems to be sufficient.
That's right. Yeah.
So yeah, like so in terms of whether you want to call it like bread tube or left tube or all these kinds of things, right?
Yeah.
Um, their content is heavily centered on the sort of internal politics of the country that they're dealing with,
Yeah.
and as much as I don't know, it's one of those things where I think that it doesn't really get to the root of the issue a lot of times. So like
Yeah.
when people try to make the harm reduction argument, for example, and obviously these are made in various different ways,
Mm.
and then obviously you want to reduce harm wherever you find it,
Of
right?
course. Yeah.
But if you analyze the system and you realize that harm reduction in its totality is not actually harm reduction, because as Rodney states that oftentimes harm reduction in one place is often counterbalanced by the harm increase on the other side of the pole.
Yes.
So
Exactly. Yeah.
yeah, and it's something that he makes so clear in the book, and it's like
Mm.
it's yeah. And after finishing the book, even though I've obviously spoken to my comrades, I've listened to your streams as well, and I've recognized this, but like seeing it right there
Mm.
and seeing the like clear examples of this happening, it's like we have to have an internationalist mindset, and
Yeah.
from that frame of thinking, I don't really understand anymore how harm reduction is really going to work unless we deal with the root of the issue. Like harm reduction should be moving to something completely different on a global scale,
Yeah.
and not just in terms of the I don't know a particular thing that's going on in one of the metropoles, so to speak. So
Listen, I couldn't agree with you more. That's such an important point that you brought out there because unfortunately, people with very, very good intentions wanting to make conditions better for people around them in their immediate environments, maybe in their workplaces, in their communities, in their countries, and so on and so forth. Unfortunately, sometimes that can come, as you said and as you alluded to, at the cost of people on the other side of the world, and that's very much the case. I mean, let's say tomorrow, let's say Bernie Sanders was running for president at the moment, and Bernie came in, like this is an uncomfortable reality that people really don't want to wrestle with. But if Bernie Sanders came into presidency, like you're still basically just dealing with left-wing imperialism, like left imperialism. Like if you have this great social democracy, they bring in healthcare for all, they get free education, all sorts of stuff. Like where's that money coming from? Where's that money? Where are the resources coming from to support that social democracy, that welfare safety net? Where's it coming from? It's coming from our comrades in the global south. It's coming from this extraction of resources from the developing world, global south, whatever it is that you want to call it, you know. And this is really and you can see this. You can see that to this day, you know. If you look at the prosperous, so-called prosperous social democracies that do exist, they always exist at the expense of people in the global south. An example of that, a really, really crystal clear example of that is France. And France is a really, really good social welfare safety net, you know, really, really good, like free education, free healthcare. If you lose your job, you get something like, I don't know, I think it's like 80 or 60% of your salary, whatever it might be, and they'll keep paying that to you. And like, so they got a really, really good, strong social welfare safety net. And how do they fund that? Well, 14 countries in Africa are still paying post-colonial taxes to fund that shit. You know, basically, so France would leave these countries. I know Angola's. I think Angola's one of them anyway. Angola's one of them. There's 13 others as well, and this was basically like France would like leave these countries and we'll leave you, but you know you need to pay us because we did such good things for you. You know, we developed you. You know, we did all this great. We built roads. It was amazing. You know, this bullshit that they come up with, and so people nowadays, modern people living in France nowadays, are still benefiting from that, and that's just like an indefinite thing, you know. We see this in Norway as well. Norway is another one. You know, their Norwegian imperialism does exist. People don't want to talk about it. Any of the great social democracies, they can only maintain that level of prosperity for the working classes and so-called middle classes of those countries at the expense of countries in the global south, in the developing world, and so on and so forth. And so this is a huge problem. I mean, so but really, you know, if you don't acknowledge that, and if you don't sort of check this idea and get that on track, you can basically end up leading to kind of this almost fascistic kind of like this fascistic kind of idea, you know. I mean, like you'll have people who look back at when Hitler was in power in Germany, and they'll be like, oh well, look at how strong the social democracy was at that stage, and workers' rights and all this sorts of stuff. And it's like, yeah, okay, it was good if you were a certain person and you were from a certain demographic and things were cool. You know, if you were born into the right place at the right time, things were pretty good for you in Nazi Germany, you know. And likewise now, you know, like if you're born into the right time, the right place, into the right skin tone, into the right nationality, into the right moment or place in time, things can be pretty good. But there's always a cost for that. Under the international capitalist imperialist system, nothing is free. If you're getting something, if things are going well for you, that's at the expense of someone else somewhere else in the world. You know.
Yeah, and I think one more quote that can possibly, you know, further illustrate this is. Again, he's talking about the surplus of Africa, where he says the surplus from Africa was partly used to offer a few more benefits to European workers and served as a bribe to make the latter less revolutionary.
Yes.
The bribe came in the form of increased wages, better working conditions, and expanded social services.
Yeah.
The benefits of colonialism were diffused throughout European societies in many ways. Most capitalist enterprises offered consumer goods, which were mass-produced at low prices, and therefore the European housewife got some relief. For instance, instant coffee brought that beverage within the reach of the ordinary worker. Meanwhile, the capitalist still made his fortune by ensuring that the Ivory Coast or Colombian grower got no price increases. In that way, colonialism was serving all classes and sectors of Western Europe and other capitalist metropoles, right?
Yeah.
It's just like there's no free lunch.
Exactly.
Right? We don't live in an abundant society just yet. So it has to come from somewhere.
Absolutely. And this kind of gets back to, I suppose, if you know, like this is really compatible with the idea of like the labor aristocracy. You know, like Lenin would have talked a little bit about this labor aristocracy. Like a number of people have talked about this, but it's the labor aristocracy, and these people who are sort of they're bribed off by imperialist super profits, you know. So there's people who live in imperial cores, and yes, they're exploited by their capitalist overlords. If you want to use like a more dramatic term, why not? Let's have some fun. It's Friday night. Let's drink, you know, and get a little crazy with this. But you know, like someone who's working in Starbucks, you know, you got someone who's working in Starbucks, and yes, they're of course exploited by their boss and so on. And things are terrible. There, it sucks. Capitalism's shit. But look at the people who made the coffee beans or who harvested the coffee beans You know, those are the people who are super exploited in the global south. You know, those are the people who, you know, you pay like, what is it, like a fiver, you pay like a fiver for a coffee wherever you might be, and they get like the equivalent of like 1 cent for every coffee that's sold. So it's so crazy and so ridiculous. So these are the people, these are super exploited, and the people who are working over here, let's say you're in London, I'm in Dublin, you know, we have these comparatively very, very good qualities of life, which gives us this sort of, even though we're proletarian, we're working class, we still have this sort of vested interest in maintaining and upholding this horrific capitalist imperialist system, or at least we feel as though we have a vested interest in maintaining the system. We don't want to rock the boat too much, lest things get worse, lest we become like the people in the global south, the developing world, whatever, the underdeveloped world, and so on and so forth, you know. And you can really see this in Ireland as well, by the way, because, you know, Ireland has it's kind of interesting. Ireland has sort of, how can I say, leveled up, or appears to have leveled up or evolved into imperialist core status. Prior to like the 1970s, it was very much periphery. It was, you know, third world, and so on. But it sort of, once it sort of gained accession to the European Union, we started getting like a lot of money pumped into us, and we sort of developed. And you know, at that stage, we had become a nominally independent within the 26 counties of the Republic of Ireland. And so Ireland sort of, people now see themselves in Ireland. Unfortunately, a lot of people see themselves as being very much on par with people in London or Paris or anywhere, any of these metropoles, you know, as we were talking about before. And it's really sad to see, because you see, even though Ireland was a country, and actually, even though we're still subject to colonialism in the 6 counties of the north of Ireland, it's still an occupied colonially territory. We don't really see it that way anymore. We just kind of forget about that, and we so unfortunately we don't see ourselves in solidarity with people struggling on the basis of the national question all over the world anymore in the popular consciousness, in the way that we would have historically. I mean, if you look at the Irish Republicans historically, they would have very much shown solidarity with, for example, like the Palestinian liberation struggle, you know. But we're just not doing that anymore. We sort of see ourselves as part of this global middle class, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. And it's a huge problem. It's a huge problem, because this comfortable life for us is coming at the expense of our comrades in the global south, in the developing world, which we were so recently a part of, you know.
Yeah, definitely. No, and I think, again, like a key insight that Rodney tries to illustrate in this book is that this really is a global system, and obviously, certain people have ties to nationhood, which is obviously, you know, encouraged in some degrees, especially Black nationalism as well. But yeah, no, in terms of dealing with the global problems that we face, I think recognizing that this is a global system is like the most thing. Like we're talking about a planet at the end of the day,
Yeah.
and especially when it comes to the impending problems that will have to do with global warming or climate change. You know, we're not going to solve these problems unless we have an international mindset. Really, we're not gonna deal with the problems that we're facing right now, because this is something that transcends any particular place, and obviously, like each place is going to have their own specific things that they need to do in order to deal with, in order to solve it. Right, it's not one size fits all. But, you know, having that global mindset is something that's very, very important.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I don't really see how we can really make it out of this century. Honestly, it's
Yep.
because yeah, like just in terms of the science that I'm seeing, it seems like the estimates that have been given or that have been made mainstream are often downplaying the severity of the increasing temperature of the planet.
Yeah.
And I don't think that most people are ready to deal with how bad it will probably be. And we're already starting to see the negative impacts that an increasing climate is bringing. Right? It's not necessarily the case that oh, we're just gonna appear in 2050, and then somehow the global temperature is going to spike up to 2 or 3 degrees. It's going to happen gradually, and every step along the way, we're going to have an increasing number of problems, whether it's droughts in one place, monsoons in another place, sea level rise in another place, and as Rodney describes, and as we always talk about, the system is essentially built upon global supply chains. So whether it's farmers in Africa still producing cocoa and whatnot,
Mm.
or people in, or yeah, people might still mining resources and whatnot. And what something like COVID-19 has shown is that these global supply chains are not as robust as people like to think they are.
Mm.
And like I remember having a conversation like this a couple of years ago, and I remember saying, because I was using this in the context of a potential the potential melting of the permafrost and how that may release some kind of ancient anthrax that we're not prepared for, some ancient kind of disease that's trapped in there.
Mm.
Yeah. And so I remember having this conversation a couple of years ago, and I was like, well, it seems like we're warming, and it seems like once this melts, the this thing will affect particular places in the world, and if those supply chains break down, then this is going to cause major problems on a global scale.
Yeah.
And I did, and people at the time will say, "Hey, stop being an alarmist." Right?
Yeah.
I'm not alarmist,
Yeah.
but guess what? 2 years later, we have a pandemic. It's probably not necessarily tied to the permafrost melting, probably not. But yeah, we're still having that same issue where we have a pandemic. We have a disease that's it's gone global, and what we saw in the first couple of weeks was that once a particular, even one major supply route is shut down from like China to the rest of the world,
Mm.
everyone starts panicking. The shortages on the shelves. We're not producing enough internally, and we're relying too much on China for particular goods, and we're not prepared for a situation where, because it seems like COVID-19, as bad as it was, it seems it's just like a taster
Yep.
basically for what will come in the next like 5, 10, 20, 50 years.
Christ.
And yeah, and what we're seeing is that, like, even in the face of this global crisis, um, you know, the most powerful nations of the world are not prepared to actually put their differences aside, to put the sort of economic growth to the side, to just try to really meet people's needs, right? You have people in
Yep.
America that are dealing with tens of millions of people potentially being unemployed. You have right, you still have people that can't access healthcare in the most so-called developed country in the world. They can't access healthcare in the midst of a global pandemic.
Mm.
So if we're seeing this stuff now, what chance do we have if we don't go down to the root of the issue? Because it does seem like what we're talking about is what we're talking about is something that is fundamental to the logic of the system, right? We have to
Mm.
keep pursuing growth, otherwise we're not really gonna, we're not, in the eyes of those who own everything, right? We're failing, you know.
Yep.
And yeah, so it's a big deal. It's a big deal. And unless we have that systemic analysis looking at, okay, so what's actually at the root of this, not just green capitalism or whatever.
Yep.
Hey, give
100%.
away your plastic, stop using plastic bags, stop using straws. Okay, fine. Yeah, like sure.
Get a
I'm
metal
sure that's
straw
gonna
in
really
this plastic container. Problem solved. Grant.
exactly, yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, absolutely. What did I say? The definition of that term, radical. The term radical actually means like to go to the root, to get to the root of something. And I think that's really important that we are looking at the root causes of these problems, which is, of course, the international capitalist imperialist system. And it's hugely important that we do keep our sights on that, and as you said, really emphasizing that international aspect of the issue, and not sort of trying to, I suppose, look at it just on a national basis, and I think that is something I really appreciate, that you're bringing out the internationalist aspect of these things, because it is super important. I know I talk about like national liberation, the national struggle and all that. For me, that's very much intertwined with the international struggle and internationalism. It's hugely important that we are looking at these things
Hmm.
abroad.
Yeah,
It's
definitely.
super
Like, I'm all
important.
for national liberation struggles of oppressed people.
Yeah.
Definitely, 100%. Um,
White
and yeah,
people
no,
in the
it's.
U.S. the most depressed. I'm sorry, Hat. No. That's we could go off on a rant. I think for about like an hour, complaining
I know,
and
right? I
talking
know.
shit about
Um,
that.
yeah, definitely. Um,
But can
but
I
no,
ask?
it's like,
No, sorry. So
yeah, go on.
no. You go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, no. I was just gonna say, I was just gonna emphasize what we've been saying thus far, and it's just like, yeah, um, definitely, no. International mindset is one of the most important things, but also keeping in mind that, like, national liberation struggles for oppressed people is something that we should also be trying to support as well.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. Can I ask, sort of related to this, one of the comrades in the chat has asked, and this comrade has Thomas Sankara as their image, so obviously I'm gonna ask. So Sankara Bay, before all else, this comrade is called Alex, and they ask specifically, what are Saber's thoughts on Pan-Africanism, and is it possible in the current African context? And I'd be interested to know if you have any thoughts on that. I know this is kind of coming out of nowhere. It's a random chat question. We don't need to answer this right now, but if you do have any thoughts on it, I'm sure people will be very interested to hear them. If not, we can move on to the next question. Whatever you think.
Well, yeah, I think I'm definitely gonna make a whole video, maybe a few, about Pan Africanism at some point. Something that's been
Yes.
on my mind for a little while. And I will say, first and foremost, Sankara is on my wall, hypothetically
Yeah,
speaking.
amazing. Fantastic.
But no, yeah, no, I'm a big fan of Pan Africanism. I think it's definitely something that we should be trying to pursue. And
Yeah.
the main reason for that is, again, just because if we look at the African continent as a whole, obviously there were various different tribes and cultures and whatnot. But before the, like, Belgian conference or whatever it was, like, there was, like, the arbitrary boundaries that are up right now that separate certain countries. They just didn't exist, right? There were borders, there were sort of soft borders between one particular culture and another culture. But then you have these Europeans coming in with no Africans at the table, and then being like, all right, let's slice this place in half. We're
Yeah.
gonna have, like, all these, like, in many places we're going to split a culture right down the middle, making
Yep.
it very, very hard for people to, go from one place to the other. And in many cases, those conflicts were essentially being exacerbated, or to essentially ensure conflict between places that were previously aligned. And so I think the Pan-African idea is essentially to just try to heal those wounds, so to speak, and
Mm.
to try to go back to, well, not necessarily go back. I don't necessarily like the idea of going back in any sense, because I think we should always be looking to the future, looking at our material conditions and recognizing that we're never really gonna go back. Right, time's really a one-way street.
Mm.
But just reinvigorating the sort of continental-wide connections that were not perfect by any means, but
Mm.
they kind of existed. And yeah, like, obviously now that we're dealing with all of these new technologies specifically, and this is something that obviously the Pan-Africanists in the 20th century wouldn't have really foreseen, but obviously now that we're looking at the rise of the internet and artificial intelligence, and uh, planes, widespread planes, and potential rockets that can go from one place on the planet to the other place, it's something that we really have to get a hold of. Otherwise, we're not really going to facilitate very strong links throughout the continent. And, like, on a positive note, I have seen a lot of nations in Africa talking about opening a kind of free trade area between different African countries,
Mm.
which seems to be like the first step to really, like, looking sort of transnationally, to solve some of these issues. And yeah, no, in addition to that, I think it's up to not necessarily just the people in charge of the countries, but also the younger generation as well, just being like, hey, look, we have these tools available to us. We have the internet. We have all of these tools we have available to us, and we can just facilitate these connections ourselves. And to I don't know, it's one of those things where I try not to get too idealistic.
Mm.
I try to always ground myself in the kind of material analysis, and to look forward to where we could possibly be,
Mm.
but at the same time recognizing that again there's still these major tensions that are interfering with the people, the connections that we're trying to facilitate with each other,
Yeah.
whether it's people in Europe and America that still have their fingers or their tentacles
Yep.
in the in the business of Africans, preventing us from really dealing with each other and setting good deals for ourselves,
Yeah.
and in relation to the rest of the world. So yeah, in short, I think Pan-Africanism is one of those, even if it's just in the sense of like a mental shift or consciousness shift, to really be
Mm.
like, look, we are just one continent at the end of the day, and to solve again these global problems,
Mm.
it's going to be much harder to solve the global problems if we are not united on a continental level first.
Mm.
So it's like an incremental thing that we have to really consider. So
Yeah. Well, I
yeah.
mean, it's an incremental thing, but it is, at least from my understanding of Pan-Africanism, it does seem to be an inherently progressive thing. It's a uniting of these sort of like oppressed,
Mm-hmm.
let's say underclasses. I'm kind of using that term kind of crudely, but it's not exactly, it's not exactly like you're saying, hey, like the fucking United States and Europe should get together and unite
Mm-hmm.
to deal with it.
Yeah,
'Cause
yeah.
obviously, these are these horrific, like, capitalist imperialist institutions, and that's terrible. But like Pan-Africanism does definitely seem to be very progressive in terms of the current system that we're living in globally at the moment. So yeah, I mean, definitely should be something that we should be looking more towards in the future as well. It is interesting actually that you mentioned this point about like not going back in time and stuff like that. That's it's kind of a funny one. I think we're probably going to address this a little bit later on when we return to sort of the subject of like Afrofuturism and these kinds of topics. Because it is something that I think about as well. Like in Ireland, like looking at like Irish culture and how that's been like destroyed historically, and how there is kind of this drive to want to like reclaim, like for example, like the Irish language, which was just stomped out by these colonial imperialist forces, and how traumatic that experience has been for all of us here, and obviously this is a shared sentiment by everyone who has been subject to both colonialism and semi-colonialism. There is actually kind of a remark that there's a little quote that sort of jumped out at me when I was reading the texts at hand. How Europe underdeveloped Africa. It's in the foreword by Angela Davis, and she mentions that kind of tangentially related to mark time. Walter Rodney insists, or even to move slowly while others leap ahead is virtually equivalent to going backward. This is one of the things when we talk about like uneven development, and underdevelopment and so on and so forth. It's important to note like there is like some development happening, but it's like one country is developing at like hundreds and another country is developing at like two. And so the comparison between the two creates this sort of widening gap. It's like the crocodile jaw, and it's sort of going off and it's splitting more and more, and it's a big problem. Anyway, I thought that was a quote that was kind of useful to highlight a lot of these problems. I think this is an issue. It's also an issue with regard to, I think, a lot of countries in Africa as well that have nominally gained national liberation, because it does seem like on paper a lot of countries in Africa now are free, but as we can see from, for example, the French post-colonial taxes that were discussed earlier on, they're not really free. There is this neo-colonialism that's still taking place all over Africa, and it's not just France. There are many forces that are engaged in this neo-colonialism in Africa. There are many and you can even look at NGOs, charities, and stuff like that. People can make the argument that China is engaged in that as well, which I think is also something that is probably worth mentioning. You know, I mean, I've been quite critical of people who would just say like, you know, China's imperialist outright, but there's definitely an imperialistic element of the export of capital between China and Africa as well, which you know it's worth highlighting that does exist. We can't just deny that that's happening. You know, there are a lot of forces that are pumping a lot of money into Africa to get a lot out of Africa. You know,
Oh, get ready for the spice. Get ready for the spice.
please
All right,
drop
so
bombs.
so okay, so first, so first thing I'd say in regards to that quote, I think, well, in even that quote, or I think he elaborates further later on in the book where he talks about
I didn't get there.
the
Not
20.
yet.
I think he is mentioning the 20th century in particular and how people talk about the colonial period. The colonial period is only like a few decades or like less than 100 years or whatever the case may be. But if you look at the 20th century in particular, you can clearly see the exponential increase or the exponential development of technology, whether it's weaponry or computing or whatever the case may be. And so if Africa was still in that state of stagnation or even just like very, very incremental developments, right? It's let's just say that again, like you were saying, this gap. It's almost like you're comparing an exponential curve to like a linear curve, right? If you take
Yeah.
one and you just keep adding 1 + 1 + 1, by the time you get to 30, you've only got 30, right? But if you're doing the same thing on an exponential curve and you go from like 1 to 2 to 4 to 8, by the time you get to 30 or the 30th step, you're at 1 billion.
Oh shit! Can I
That's
just say? Can I just say on that note, you explained that so much more eloquently and articulately than I ever could. You were so much smarter than me. Fuck this. I was like, so it's like one country goes at 100, another country goes at 2, and it's fucking so stupid. Yes, incremental and exponential. That's
yes,
a better way of measuring it. Everybody go subscribe. All of my whatever 11K subscribers go over to fucking
You're
Saber's
flattering
channel.
me too much. I can't handle it right now.
He's smarter than I
My
am.
black skin is blushing as much as it can right now.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. You're on a really, really important point.
Yeah, no, but I think it's worth noting because it's just pales in comparison. And again, it's not just the case that like Europe and America were just in a vacuum, just developing off of their own backs, right? Like as we've been saying, it's because of the labor and the resources that were had in not only in Africa but in the global South in general, right? And yeah, it's a really important point to get across. And the fact that like this kind of ties into my thoughts about the whole China thing. And I feel like I need to make a whole series probably about that.
Yep.
At some point.
Yeah, no, there's so much to talk about there that it's silly to even try and like sum it up in like a short sound bite. I'm actually a little bit embarrassed that I did, to be honest with you. I did like things like China's not imperialist. That was actually a little bit premature. I shouldn't have said it quite because there are elements there that are important to look at, and definitely Africa is one of them. And yeah, I'm gonna need to make a sort of video where I update that and sort of say, well, you know, with some qualifications, there are some, you know, issues that need to be
Definitely,
addressed.
yeah. Like I think going too far in either direction with most things is kind of. I feel like I'm usually uncomfortable with doing that just in general because I always know that for everything that I say, there's a wealth of knowledge that can probably like prove me at least wrong in some degree. So I'm always trying to be as nuanced as I possibly can. But then, yeah, when it comes to the like China's situation, based on what I've seen, anyways, and again, this is not like a really in-depth analysis, but one thing that I like to make clear is that in comparison to the 500 years of super exploitation by the metropoles, or as Rodney says, or the West, as most people like to call it, like Europe, America, these kinds of things.
Yeah.
Of like free labor, basically free labor, free resources, and the only thing that Africans have gotten in return is subsistence wages, basically, or subsistence resources to keep themselves pedaling on to the next day. And then once they've burnt out, replaced like a battery with their offspring, basically, to carry on for another generation. And so yeah, so that's been the story for the past few centuries.
Mm.
And as we've said, even after the slavery had ended, most people like to make it seem like this is the kind of I don't know, the Europeans woke up one day or the Americans woke up one day and they were like, "Hey, slavery's bad. We should stop doing the slavery."
That sounds
It's
fairly
like,
reasonable to me.
like, after 300 years of doing the slavery, maybe these are like people deserving of like human rights at the very least, right? And if
Just
we
the
were to
most
take that
basic.
very like idealistic notion that, oh, they just did this for the sake of Africans, or it doesn't make sense. It's hard to really reconcile, because at the same time they tried to liberate the slaves, but then they, especially in America, they immediately have installed a kind of what they attempted was a sort of reconstruction after the slave trade ended in the US, right? And it's like, that went well, didn't it? Right?
Yep.
That went very, very well. You had all the lynchings and you had all this and that, and this is like, so where did that idea
Yeah.
of it? Yeah, the idea doesn't match up with the material reality.
Yeah.
And one thing that I did learn, I don't know if it was, I'm sure he mentioned it in this book, but I think, yeah, no, I think it's worth mentioning anyway, is that like
Mm.
it's the main reason for the emancipation of the slaves was essentially, well, one of the reasons that were there was that like slavery was not as it basically ran its course. It wasn't as profitable as it was before,
Yeah.
and they just wanted to
People
unleash
will.
the full forces of capitalism on the people in the south
Yeah.
of America, right? And that just wasn't really tenable. So they had to go in and try to emancipate, quote, the slave, and then instill like very, very horrible conditions. And the same thing goes for in the African continent as well. You had all these European nations somehow deciding that like slavery was bad all of a sudden,
Mm.
and then afterwards they instilled this colonial period where in many cases the conditions hadn't even really improved that much, right? And sometimes it got worse.
Mm.
And so this weird contradiction that we have, where we have to say, oh, slavery was bad, we ended slavery, but then the same people that we're trying to emancipate, right, are still living under the same conditions. It just doesn't make sense. It's
Yeah.
And this is the history that we're taught, and yeah, it just doesn't add up. And even after the so-called emancipation, they kind of use it again as a moral cudgel to be like, oh, we've passed that now. And I think a perfect example is probably when you look at what King Leopold did in Congo, and
Mm.
how he goes in there and he's just like absolutely relentless in how he treats the African people there, basically chopping off the hands of kids and like people who didn't want to work,
Jesus
to
fuck.
keep on mining or to keep on working, basically.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, so it's just a very, very strange contradiction there. That again, you don't really see us being reconciled too much in the mainstream narrative.
No, no.
Um, so there's that. So if you compare all of that,
Can I?
plus the fact that, yeah, go ahead,
No,
go ahead.
no, no, no. Sorry, sorry. I think if you want to finish that train of thought, and then I'll come back to that.
Cool. Okay, yeah. So yeah, if you take that and you compound it with the post-colonial period where they say, oh, we're gonna still trying to help you out with loans that you still have to pay back with interest.
Impossible interest, which can never be paid off,
Exactly.
by the way. And by the way,
Yeah,
the original loans have been well and truly paid off. Now it's
basically, yeah.
just interest being paid. So yeah,
Mhm.
fuck that.
So yeah, you fast forward to 2020, and so you're in this position right now, and so then you have people that are trying to make an equivalence and say, oh, China's just as bad for trying to have a development between Africa and Africa's resources and whatnot. And it's just
Mm.
like, that's all I really need to say. It's like,
Well,
like what's the if you were to just put it on a scale, right?
mm.
is just completely outweighed. What the West did is so completely outweighed. Even
Yeah.
if there is some bad things that China are doing,
Yeah.
which they are, right? If
They
they
are.
obviously,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
No, of course, of
it's
course.
not perfect by any
Of
means,
course. Yeah. Yeah.
but it seems like a lot of the times what they're trying to incorporate is some kind of more of a partnership instead of the dead aids that come from the West. That we're going to give you this aid and it's just not going to do anything.
Mm.
Whereas with China, again, it's not 100% perfect, but we're saying,
No. No.
okay,
Yeah.
we would like these resources. Obviously, it's not a free lunch, but
Mm.
at the same time, we can help to build these build your infrastructure, your
Mm.
physical infrastructure, so that you can, which has been shown to be one of the keys to economic growth, right?
Mm.
And again, it's not the same economic development that's been had from the so-called colonial period,
Mm.
which basically developed their industry into almost entirely for the purposes of expropriating capital. So
Mm.
you'd have like roads or bridges that are being built just leading directly from the mines to wherever they needed to go, not
Yeah.
taking into consideration the people outside of that particular region because it wasn't profitable.
Yeah.
Simple.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, like yeah, I feel like again I need to go in a lot more depth into the whole China situation, but just
No, that was actually
it just
really, really good. That was a really,
pales in
really good way.
comparison.
A really,
Yeah.
really good comparison there, and it is useful. I mean, like China isn't the one who's like is bombing fucking Libya. Like China's just not doing that. That's not an issue. You know, China
Mhm.
isn't. It doesn't have the same. It doesn't have the structural readjustment programs of the IMF and so on and so forth. Like it is. It would be possible for countries to nominally liberate themselves under sort of Chinese loans. There will
Mhm.
still be kind of, I think we could probably tentatively call it like a soft imperialism going on in Africa
Mhm.
from China. I'd be hesitant because like when we say like imperialism, we think like the United States, we think the European Union, France, Germany, and so on and so
Yeah,
forth.
yeah.
So like it is useful to draw a distinction between them. I think the real primary enemy of the working classes of the world generally is the United States and the European Union, I suppose. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, no, like there are problems there. But as you said, like it's not quite at the same
Yeah, and
level. You
like
know,
here's the
it's
other thing as well. I'll say one more thing. It's like me just saying that will give me the label of like tanky probably. And it's like
yeah. What's that thing that fucking Tyrion Lannister says like in the first seasons of Game of Thrones? It's like wear like armor, fucking wear like yeah. It's like once you just like okay, well, fine. If you have any kind of class based analysis, you're a tanky. Okay, fair
but we
enough.
yeah, but like, we have to have that. We have to. Otherwise,
In
like I said,
international, yeah.
we're talking about these big globalized problems, and it may be the case that like some of these resources may help to speed up Africa's ability to combat the worst of climate change, right? So
Yeah, yeah, no,
um
exactly, yeah, yeah, no, no, you're 100% right. You know, it is funny. Actually, you mentioned that term, tanky. You know, recently I did a couple of tests actually just to sort of check where I was on the tanky scale. It's pretty funny. Yeah, you know, like okay, obviously there's the political compass. There's the four square political compass where it's like you
yeah.
know authoritarian, libertarian, so on and so forth. Um, Okay, Halim. There's a really, really good channel, by the way. If people haven't seen it, Halim. I think wow, I can't remember the
Halim Alra. Yeah.
Aura. Yeah,
Yeah.
amazing. He has an amazing video on why the political compass bullshit. So I will
Hmm.
say first of all, it's basically bullshit. But yeah, like I'm always at like the bottom. I'm always like bottom left corner, like libertarian. I should be like an anarchist, basically, according to this compass. But I'm a fucking Marxist Leninist. I'm a fucking ridiculous. I am the arch tanky, you know. And again, another one as well. I did. Have you seen this new channel recently? One Dime. One Dime. Have you seen this?
Yeah,
This
no, yeah. I came across them like a little while ago, and
very
I
cool.
was like, "How does this person have again another one? How do they have less
Same.
subscribers than me?" I was like, "Jesus Christ!"
Exactly. Yes, like 1,000,
Yeah.
2,000 subscribers. Excellent, excellent channel. Really, really good stuff. Anyway, he did a video recently on fascism and the psychology of it, and it was kind of Frankfurt School sort of stuff. You know, the authoritarian personality, the F scale, and he linked the F scale in the bottom there, and so like I did this and like one of his things is I think he comes from this kind of like anarchistic libertarian socialist kind of background, so you know he doesn't just complain about capitalism, he complains about authoritarianism as well. So I was like, okay, I wonder how I feel into this as as someone who like is the tanky, you know. And like I was literally like the complete bottom rung, like the complete bottom rung. I think it was like 1 to 10 or something like that, and I was like 1.5. And the reason for that I was even like 1.5 rather than just like a 1 was that because I am more sexually conservative, apparently, because I am an Irish Catholic.
Yeah.
And there's a long history of sexual repression in Ireland, so I was like, okay, well, I suppose. But yeah, so it's kind of a funny dynamic. But like this term tanky, like I wouldn't worry about it. It's in real life, it's not really a thing that people actually are concerned. It's very much an online thing. You know, a lot of streamers will complain about it, but like in real life, like nobody people like fucking hell. I've seen people call like Angie Speaks and stuff like that, like a tanky and class reductionist and all these sorts of things, and it's like she's like a hardcore anarchist. Like it's really ridiculous. But anyway, yeah. Sorry, I know I went off on a tangent there. Sorry.
Yeah,
sorry,
no, that's the thing. It's like no. I think it's a good like thing to kind of like talk briefly about like political leanings or ideologies in general. Like, because for me, I feel like I'm at an early stage of my political development that I feel like I don't even know enough to really go into a specific thing, because I listen to like your content, right? And then I'll listen to an anarchist, and then I'll listen to someone else that's like I don't know, one of the 100 names or ideologies that we have, and and I'm just like, a lot of the stuff, it's just like, okay, cool, I can get on board with a lot of the stuff, and I'm not
you
at
know
a point, yeah.
Well, if I can say, you know, a lot of the things is I found through my political development, I found actually that when it comes to like Marxism, Leninism, what I found useful about it was that it actually does encompass a lot of the other ideologies which otherwise would be kind of out on their own. I'll give you an example, like syndicalism, like the trade union, working through the trade unions, organizing workers, all these sorts of things. Like that's one of the things that I really liked about Marxism, Leninism, is that it is, you know, like you look at James Connolly, you look at all these people, like they're all very much engaged in the workers' movement. They're building up on workers' councils. But it does give it that sort of structure, I suppose, for moving forward beyond capitalism, and so that's really where it comes from. And then, like, you know, what people will say, well, oh, it's kind of top down, it's authoritarian, etc., and so on and so forth. But of course, that's not really an issue anymore since the developments of Maoism come about, because we have now things like the mass line, we have Cultural Revolution, all that sort of stuff has been very much brought into the canon. So it's not really as much of an issue now as it might have been like historically. So yeah. Anyway, keep an open mind.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
Don't be scared away by these terms. You know, people. It sounds scary, like tanky, like, oh, you must be a terrible bastard. You must basically just be a fascist with a hammer and sickle, you know, aesthetic. But no, not at all. No way.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's like, for me, anyway, I just don't see why it's so controversial to even just discuss these ideas. It's like one few sentences and, oh, this person's a thing, or this or that.
Of course,
it's just so strange to me. I just like listening to these discussions, and this kind of goes into the whole like leftist unity type thing, because obviously a lot of people have issues with one side or the other side, right? But here I am, and I have like friends from all over or comrades from all over the political spectrum, and I'm like, well, can't we all just get along, please? Like, I'm on good terms with a lot of people.
Yeah.
And I talk to one person and they like hate another person. And I'm like, I'm just trying to be nice.
I'm trying to be cool with everyone. Oh, I hate that so much. I hate that so much, especially like on YouTube, like YouTube leftists. Like when you find out that like one YouTube leftist has like a rift with another YouTube leftist, and you're just like, no, I don't want to be dragged into this, please. This is online bullshit. We're not even in the same continents. This doesn't matter.
We have so much to do before we get to the point where we can.
We're not at revolution. We're not at revolution.
Yeah.
We don't need to worry about it. But look. What I will say is, it can be useful to know what your ideology is, so that you know so that you have an idea of like what you want to do. Actually, Mexi came on.
Yeah, this is what I was gonna say. Yeah, I watched that conversation.
Oh, you watched that?
Very, very, very insightful. Yeah, no, it's just the basic idea that like you need to have. Well, it would be beneficial to have, you know, the direction that you generally want to go in, and the methods that you want to employ to get closer towards that thing. Otherwise, you're gonna be just dancing in the weeds. And I took that.
Yep.
I was like, yeah, no, it definitely makes sense. And so, yeah, no, for me personally, like I said, it's not that I'm averse to that. It's just that, like, I feel
Mm.
like I need to just learn more before I can really like say, okay, I'm this or that.
Yeah,
Because
of
I'm, like I said,
course.
like we were talking about in the very, very beginning. Last year was basically when Hollywood came out, and like,
Yeah, massive development since then. Like it's like 1 year later, and
yeah,
you're talking about materials analysis. You're talking about like capitalist imperialism and it's a global system, and like it's a
basically, yeah,
it's a
that's
it's a
one
it's a
year.
level
So
up, you know. Like seriously.
I've
Uh,
gone Super Saiyan. Let's just put it that way.
I love the reference. Amazing, amazing. Oh, beautiful. No, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, look. I will say there are some. I think issues that you probably do need to draw a line in the sand in with.
Definitely, yeah.
Like for example, if you have kind of people who are kind of chauvinists, we Mexi and I sort of touched on this. Is like if you don't support like national liberation struggles, then well, fuck off. I'm sorry. I don't care if you're
Mm,
a Marxist-Leninist, Maoist, if you're an anarchist, whatever. Like if your socialism only involves white people in the imperial core, then just I'm sorry, no. Come back to me
mm,
when you've done a little bit more reading and a little bit more research and learned a little bit more, because we're not only about socialism for fucking white people, because you know who else was about socialism for white people? Fucking Adolf Hitler and his lads. So fuck that shit.
mm-hmm,
you know, actually,
mm.
I shouldn't say that was actually socialism for white people, because it was social democracy. But anyway, yeah, you get what I'm saying. I'm not into that
Yeah, yeah,
shit.
I get what you mean. Yeah.
So there are some lines that we need to draw in the sand, and we do need to be partisan, I think, on. But aside from that, these are kind of there's a lot of like little silly squabbles that people get caught
Mhm.
up in that we really fucking don't need to get caught up in. And as you said, we're so far away from revolution, that like really how we're going to harness the states post-revolution, is that the concern right now, when we need to be doing mass work and serving our communities, building up class consciousness? Maybe that's something we can work on, a couple years down the line,
100%. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, come here to me. There's been a couple of cool questions. Jesus Christ, I can't believe we've been going for nearly 2 hours. That's ridiculous. I just looked at that's ridiculous. Can I ask? There's a couple of questions in the chat here that a couple of people have asked. Do you mind if I pose them to
Yeah,
you?
yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Mongoose, 00 Mongoose, who intimidated me because at the start of the conversation, 00 Mongoose said, "I am a real African from Africa, so you should feel intimidated." And I was like, "Uh-oh, I feel intimidated. What am I gonna do?" Well, our comrade 00 Mongoose asks, Paul Martin, if it's not too personal or uncomfortable, let's put a point over that. If it's not too personal or uncomfortable, how is Saber's personal connection to Africa? Now, I am conscious of course, of like doxing or stuff like that. So don't say anything more than you're comfortable with. If you want, we can just move on to the next question. It's no hassle. But would you be okay talking about that a little bit? I know you've mentioned once or twice in your videos, traveling to Africa. I don't know if you've been specific about where exactly.
Mhm.
But would you be okay with talking about that a little bit, or would you prefer not to?
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, no, I definitely feel like this is a cool question because it really sets a slight distinction between Africans in UK and Africans in America. Because obviously
Mm,
the most people or most Africans in America don't really have direct ties to their African heritage.
it's
So
obscured, yeah, over all these years.
so yeah, being from the UK, we're kind of like first or second generation uh removed. So like from there. But like because it's so recent or because it's so close,
Mm,
we still travel there every once in a while. And in the past few years, I've definitely gone there like a few times. Um, and so yeah, no, it's one of those things that I definitely want to talk about more because it's very like I didn't necessarily realize how uh unique, to put it that way, that experience would be to someone who's, let's say, just stayed in the Western world for their entire lives. And like the only connection that they have towards a so-called developing country is like these adverts or like these charity adverts or like whatever they are,
Yeah.
or like these weird stereotypes or tropes. But just being able to go back there and spend a couple weeks at a time there, it's very different. Um, so yeah, like yeah, you can definitely see how people are living over there, and you definitely see the improvements if there are any, right, that happen during like one trip or another trip. And so yeah, no, personally, I've only really been to East. I spent enough time in like East Africa, um, on like my mum's side, and then on my dad's side, he's from the West, and so I've never been to that side of the country or that side of the continent, but like I know enough to where like I feel like I can go there and meet up with some family and whatnot, see what's happening over there.
Mm.
And you know, it's so interesting to see, to kind of dig into now more than anything, to see how taking a material analysis to see how the development of those countries have been shaped by the colonial parties
Mm.
and the former slaveholders. Right? I'll give you one example. One example. So like so like a traditional. So okay. So here's what I'd say. Okay. So I'll give you a quote, right, from
Please.
Walter Rodney, and I'll tell you why this is so like impactful for me as I read it.
Mm.
Okay, so by its very nature, colonialism was prejudice against the establishment industries in Africa, outside of agriculture and the extractive spheres of mining and timber felling. Wherever internal forces seem to push in the direction of African industrialization, they were deliberately blocked by the colonial governments acting on behalf of the metropole industrialist.
Mm.
Groundnut oil mills were set up in Senegal in 1927 and began exports to France. So, like,
Fucking hell.
this was like, okay, this kind of makes it, if you're like not from anywhere on Africa, it's kind of like, okay, cool, it's interesting tidbit of knowledge. But then I kind of reflected back on like the traditional dishes that we have
Mm.
from like where I'm from. I'm not from Senegal, but I'm relatively close.
Mm.
And like one of those dishes involves ground nuts. So I had this epiphany moment. I was like, pew! Like, so you're telling me that like the so-called traditional dishes is essentially a like one of the quotas that Africans essentially had to produce to facilitate
Oh my
the
fuck, really?
yeah yeah. So
No.
basically blew my mind because I was like, what an like yeah.
Oh
So
my
this shaped
fucking
this entire
Christ.
idea of traditional food.
Well,
And
can I just do like a very quick comparison as
yeah,
well, because like this is something that we have in Ireland as well. If you go into Ireland, we have, you've probably seen this. If have you ever been on holidays to like Spain or
yeah.
you know
I've been
these,
there a few times. Yeah.
okay, so you've been to like these kind of tourist trappy kind of areas, and they talk about like traditional English breakfast, and it's like
Mm.
eggs, sausages, rashers, bacon,
Baked
or whatever,
beans.
baked beans. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
In Ireland, that's considered traditional Irish breakfast. And there might be some potatoes. And like again, this is just the vestiges of colonialism. It's just
Yeah.
again this exact thing coming from that colonial legacy. Our Irish breakfast is coming from the English breakfast,
Yeah.
which is probably at some stage coming from like the American breakfast and fucking Edward Bernays and all that sort of stuff from advertising coming back at some stage historically. But yeah, oh, that's so fucking disgusting, and it actually that really resonates with me a lot, because you know what you're saying, it really resonates with you know what we call like the comprador bourgeoisie, that
Hmm.
section of the bourgeoisie who serve imperialism. They don't serve the national interest. They don't serve us, you know, they serve imperialism purely, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
And this comprador bourgeoisie in Ireland is a huge problem. They're very much in bed with the UK, US, EU institutionally, you know.
Hmm.
And so this is everywhere. And so when we take these, you might understand what I'm talking about here. Like when we talk about like national liberation and stuff like that, we also need to look at it through a class based lens, because we also need to understand that there are classes and subclasses who are on our side, and also subclasses and groups within the social stratification system that are very much not on our side, and that's
Definitely,
a
definitely,
huge
yeah, yeah,
problem.
and like, yeah, it's so interesting to see how much this has like infected the colonized peoples in the entire world,
Yeah,
basically. And
yeah,
it's like it was
crazy.
so fascinating to see that like this word just jumps out at me because I was like, whoa, this is like being a
Yeah,
staple everywhere,
yeah,
like every party, every gathering, whenever I'm over there, it's just there, and it kind of pops out to me, and it's like, oh, this is like a commodity that's been transpired, this like found its way all the way to here. Um,
mm,
yeah, yeah, and this kind of goes into the idea that like African nations basically had these quotas, and they couldn't really stray outside of those quotas because it wasn't economically beneficial for the colonizers, right? So
mm,
they only really had they were basically forced to produce like one or two crops at a time,
mm,
and once those crops became like, I don't know, out of fashion, so to speak, or they became like they weren't really marketable, they didn't really have that much of a demand, then
mm,
they had to switch to another thing. And so it just again goes back to this idea of people developing for their own sake, for their own people,
mm.
and then using that surplus or whatever it is to develop their own industries. And that just never really took place because it's just this constant exploitation, and then keeping those people at subsistence wages to continue to just exploit them as much as possible. And then, like, obviously they don't really have the same like kind of trade unions as they do in the West, where they're able to fight for like a higher minimum wage or higher like, or
Mm.
like less working hours or whatever. Those things just weren't, they were just like non-existent in
Yeah,
in African countries as well.
yeah,
So yeah, so you had this uh over exploitation on the one hand, and then you had this massive amount of like malnourishment on the other hand, because obviously they're not able to feed themselves, they're not able to grow the foods that will facilitate a healthy diet, or at levels that can allow them to meet their caloric intake, or like the average caloric intake or whatever it is. So it's just all these factors combining to again just wrap around to the idea that like this is an active state of underdevelopment. It's just constant. So as the West continues to take away the surplus, keeping
yeah.
the Africans at a particular level, the West can continue to use that surplus to accumulate capital, and then to take that capital and invest it into their own industries, whether it's uh, uh, like machines or like transport. Yeah, like one thing that I tried to mention in the video is that like James Watt himself was saying how he was like grateful for like the slave trade, and how basically
Wow.
financed the
Yeah.
steam engine, right? And how, yeah, obviously this person's held up as this great inventor, whatever the
Yeah.
case may be. But all those resources, again, as I was talking about the skyscraper before, he's at the top of the skyscraper, and that skyscraper is basically held up by colonized peoples everywhere else. So yeah,
Christ, that's
so yeah.
so fucking crazy. Jesus Christ.
Mhm.
But it's so funny that you're talking about these things. You're talking about like the experience of like colonialism and how this sort of like impacts all of our psyches, collectively and individually, I suppose. I see our comrade 00 Mongoose in the chat saying such a good point about colonialism and diets. Excellent. It's so universal. It's so funny because like we as colonial subjects we have so much more in common with each other than we do with the bourgeoisie, and we're constantly we're constantly edged and pushed towards not seeing that. Like we can't see ourselves in solidarity with the global oppressed classes. Like we can't. We need to see ourselves in Ireland anyway. You need to see yourself as part of the ruling bourgeoisie of the European Union and of the United States and these G7 countries and whatever the fuck. But there's just so many fucking there's so many fucking similarities. I
Mhm.
had a comrade on from like India as well. India, another country, of course, subject to just crazy amounts of colonialism and imperialism and so on and so forth. And there's just so many similarities. It boggles the mind. It boggles the mind that people want to fucking draw similarities and to see connections based on fucking the fucking melanin in your skin and these fucking
Mhm.
ridiculous racial or or right-wing nationalist understandings of politics. It's just so fucking ridiculous because there's just so many similarities here. Anyway, yeah, just
All
I
right.
thought
By
that
the
was
way,
really
I
interesting.
gotta go to the toilet real quick.
Oh, me
I'll be
too.
back in like 1 minute. Okay. 1 minute.
You go do your thing, then I gotta go. Oh fuck, he caught me at the worst time because I was literally, as before he said that, I was just like, oh shit, I gotta go to Jack's, I gotta run, and I was gonna give him another question. Fuck. Oh, I'm about to burst here, lads. I'm sorry. There's another question. Yusef, Pan-Arab socialism and Pan-Africanism. That's the next question we're going to deal with. So yeah, sorry. We'll get to that. I'll take a look at the chat here, and we'll see how everybody's getting on. We have a lot of stuff to talk about, actually. We're going to talk about how the ruling classes use technological innovation to maintain its power. We're going to talk about Afrofuturism and its political significance, and a few other topics. So yeah. So yeah, bear with us. There's a lot of good stuff to say here. Agitprop TV says a lot of Irish Americans are just assimilation into whiteness. Yeah, I mean post 1930s, since Ireland nominally gained independence, in particular, I think that white Irish Americans have just become. I don't want to be too fucking harsh on them, but they've just become the establishment. They've become every bit the same as every other white Irish American, which is just fucking awful to see. There's a great video.
Back.
Hey, welcome back. I was just gonna say how fucking ashamed actual Irish people are of Irish Americans, because there's this great video from the 1970s of Bernadette Devlin. Bernadette Devlin was, of course, an Irish socialist Republican, Marxist, leftist, socialist Republican figure, and she talks specifically about the Boston Irish people. She talks about people from like these Irish Americans, and she says how absolutely disgusted she is with the state of Irish Americans, and how they've become such an unbelievable reactionary force in the United States. How they're not showing solidarity with their fellow colonized people, despite the fact that we literally fled from the exploitation, the oppression of capitalist imperialism and of colonial exploitation to even fucking get there, and just how reactionary they become. She was so appalled and shocked and disgraced and dismayed at the state of Irish Americans at that time. And she was very, very clear. She didn't mince her words about it at all. She says it's absolutely disgusting. And every person who is Irish American and progressive needs to be doing everything they can to fucking ameliorate that issue and to rectify the problems. I think she famously, when she was given the key to the city, she gave it to the Black Panther Party. So fucking badass. The name is Bernadette Devlin. I'm gonna put a little name here in the chat for people who can see that. Bernadette Devlin. I think it's also Alistair McKillisky, maybe. She changed her name at one point. Maybe she got married or something like that. Oh yeah, actually I misspelled that. I'm just gonna pop that into the chat so people can have a little look there. So people can Google that. People can check that out. You can find the video on YouTube here, and she's talking about how Irish Americans just became this incredibly reactionary force. It's actually kind of funny. Even before the famine happened in Ireland, the famine, the Great Famine between 1845 and 1847, 1848. There's actually a message from Irish Republicans to Irish people who had fled from Ireland. Conditions were getting worse, at that time. We were still obviously under colonialism. We needed to escape. We wanted to make life better for ourselves, for families, so on and so forth. So a lot of people had gone to America, to the United States, to Canada, so on and so forth. And there was like this message pleading. There's basically this message pleading from Irish Republicans, basically saying to Irish Americans, newly Irish Americans, to just say, lads, don't be fucking reactionary dickheads. Don't be these racist pieces of shit. These like people who were slaves, these are colonized people. They're in the same situation or similar situations to like what we're in. Fucking show solidarity with them. Don't be fucking dickheads. So like even then, even in the early 1800s, before the Great Famine in Ireland, like Irish Republicans were saying to Irish Americans, lads, don't be such reactionary far right fucks. And we're still saying it to this day. Lads, don't be
Yeah.
such reactionary far right fucks, you know, and of course that became a bigger issue as Irish people in the United States, you know, got into like the police forces and stuff like that, and very much became the establishment and became part of that that white supremacist establishment, and it's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. I think Jay Sakai's Settlers has a lot of really important points to make on this particular issue, and yeah, so I would recommend people read that. I would recommend that people read the book Settlers. Don't read what other people have to say about it. Fucking read the book yourselves, because there's a lot of crazy notions. A lot of people who have made up their mind about the book based on the fucking title of the book. They're literally judging the book by its cover. So please just read Settlers. You can disagree with it. There are points in which I would disagree with it as well, but there's a lot of really, really important points that are very important. I know there's some historians will say, well, look, there's some issues here which, you know, from a historian perspective, that need to be double checked and so on and so forth. But the overall thesis is pretty sound and pretty solid, even if the conclusions that are to be taken away from it might be kind of questions with regards to like third worldism and stuff like that. So, but anyway, yeah, I would say read Settlers, watch that video by Bernadette Devlin or Bernadette Devlin McKillisky, and yeah, just remember that if you are a person with light skin in the United States or any of the, I suppose, the Western worlds, the imperialist cores, just be aware of the sort of privilege that you have just of being in the body that you're in, and how you're going to be perceived working through that world, despite what your historical legacy may or may not be. Anyway, yeah. Saber, comrade, come here to me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, you've listened to me ranting for a good while there. I this a little bit cheeky. I actually, before you were going to the bathroom, I was just saying to the lads in the chat, I actually really need to go to the bathroom as well. Do you mind if I run off to the bathroom?
Hey, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Like, there was a question that was posed again to you. I'll give it to you, and then if you can run with it, or you can talk about something else, chill, whatever you want. I don't mind, whatever. I'll just pose it here, and again, if you want to answer it, great. If you don't want to answer it, no problem. Talk about something else, no big deal. But Yosef Hani asks, would Pan-Arab socialism and Pan-Africanism contradict one another? Now, I'm not sure. Would you want to answer that, or would you prefer to
Yes,
answer?
I'll take that and run.
You'll take that. Okay. I'm
Yeah.
going to let you take that and run while I run to the bathroom. Is that okay?
Definitely.
Okay, cool. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, all right. So in terms of, okay, so I'll give a quick answer first, and I'll try to dive into it as much as I can. First of all, I'd say shout out to everyone in the chat. I've been hanging out amongst you guys for the past few months, I think, and I'm seeing a few familiar faces, which is cool. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. So yeah, say hi. Cool. Yeah. So no, back to the question. I do not think they contradict in the broader sense. So yeah, so it seems like the general idea of Pan-Africanism is centered around the African continent itself, and then Pan-Arab style things is mainly just based on, you know, what we'd consider to be, I don't know, like the Arabic world, so to speak. Which again, I'll say the only kind of contention that I would see is when it comes to the question of like Egypt, so to speak, because some people claim Egypt as as part of the Arab world, whereas some Africans claim Egypt to be part of the African world, and so I think that would basically be the main contention that we'd see. But just in general, I don't think like pan continental movements in general will be like largely problematic. The only exception that I'd say, and I feel like this kind of ties into my general ideas of the whole idea of like a pan something, right? Because it's not like a neutral term like pan this or pan that. There's always a reason why certain nations feel the need to come together or to consolidate each other to for various reasons, right? And I kind of illustrate this by talking about the whole like pan-European movement, right? because obviously when people think of Europe, they don't think of like pan-European, but there was a time a few hundred years ago where they were largely like warring against each other, and they were having like various issues with each other, and they had conflicts all the time. Um, whether it was the Spaniards having conflicts with the people in London and whatever the case may be, and so what they decided to do in order to basically consolidate their power, um, to well, in regards to like the slave trade in the so-called New World, was to consolidate that idea, to consolidate themselves, which created the idea of whiteness, so to speak. So they put most of their differences aside, consolidated on the idea of whiteness, and then use that to basically impose themselves on the native people and Africans in the so-called New World, as I was talking before. So there's obviously a lot we can go into that. But then, like, one of the reasons, the reason why I bring that up is because part of the reason why they did that is because they were being imposed upon by the Ottomans, who were coming in from like the east of them, and so they had to figure out how to do that, how to come together. Otherwise, they would basically have been taken over by the Ottomans, right? So, like, fast forward all these, like, we have to basically take a materialist analysis when it comes to figuring out why people want to come together as an African continent in general. So in terms of Africa, it's because we've been basically broken apart in the past, through slavery and through colonialism, for the means of the Europeans. And in a similar way, not 100% identical, when you look at the Arabic world or the Arab world, right? Their nations have been broken apart by the same kind or similar kind of things in terms of the foreign invasions and whatnot, to really break apart the Arab world, making all these kinds of arbitrary boundaries and whatnot. And so, yeah, no, I think the Arab world needs to come together as well, in the same way that an African continent needs to come together at the same time. And I think we can come together on a common basis to really understand that there is a global system that we're talking about, as we've spoken about before, and that, like, there are obviously contradictions that we need to solve, especially in regards to where certain boundaries clash against each other, right? But overall, looking at the bigger picture, the biggest problem that we have to face is this global imperialist system. So
Yep.
that's so it's like, okay, yeah, there's obviously, like I said, there's obviously problems that we have to face, but, like, yeah, pick our battles, figure out how to deal with this global this monster. Basically, that's like this monster that's imposing which is impeding every pan movement that's currently trying to come together. All the people that are trying to come together, put aside their differences, to come together as a working class, as a global working class, and the constant conflict, or the constant things that are being imposed upon us to really, like, keep us distracted, to keep us separated, when our best interests will be to really come together and push against the tyrants of the planet, basically. So yeah.
Hell yeah, hell yeah! I was just listening in there for a while there. I've been back for a while, but I was listening and enjoying
You've been spying on me.
Spying on you, yeah. Brilliant. Thank you very much, Conrad. Brilliant. Come here to me. I'm just thinking now. It's 2 hours and 15 minutes, and isn't it ridiculous how like quickly the time passes when you're streaming and hanging out?
It's wild.
It's just how has it been 2 hours? Like we had 4 sort of main questions that we set for ourselves to deal with, and we've dealt with one, kind of like half dealt with one. What do you should we? Okay, so the big 3 questions. I'm just sort of keeping an eye on time here, because from about 15 minutes onwards, my wife's gonna want to go to sleep. The walls are paper thin here. She's gonna be like, "Shh, Paul." Shut the fuck up. So I'm kind of conscious of well, look, we can keep going, but I'm gonna need to be kind of quiet, like whispering into the microphone, but maybe we'll push forward a little bit. I'm just thinking the next question we had was, how was the ruling class how has the ruling class used technological innovation to maintain their power? And then we were going to sort of move on to the Afrofuturism questions. Now, I think the Afrofuturism questions can probably be brought into one question. You know, we're going to talk about Afrofuturism and then the
Yeah, I
political
think so.
significance. So they could
Hmm.
probably become one. It won't take as much time. Do you want to
Yeah.
maybe will we maybe briefly touch on this question? How's the ruling class used technological innovation to maintain their power before we push forward to Afrofuturism?
You know what? I think
Or
what
will
we
we push?
worth no, yeah, no, because I think the definition of Afrofuturism kind of ties in
Okay, we'll
to
bring
the
them together.
question of technology in general. Yeah, yeah. So I think
Okay,
it'll be an
cool.
interesting segue.
Okay,
Yeah.
brilliant.
So
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So okay, so let me try to put it in as succinct language as possible.
Well, let's
So
just if we can just sort of frame this. So how has the ruling class used technological innovation to maintain its power? So that was one of the questions that we're going to address,
mhm.
and we'll together with that we're going to look at what is Afrofuturism. Like I'm aware that a lot of people maybe don't know what this term means, whether they see it as like a political movement, an artistic movement, like what is it exactly? So maybe we'll look at some examples of this, and I think from there, let's keep it nice and broad. What is the political significance of Afrofuturism coming from this sort of context that we've sort of situated it in with this discussion of Walter Rodney's How Europe Underdeveloped Africa
Mhm.
and so on and so forth. So I suppose all at once, really.
Yeah, yeah, I'll give it a shot. Yeah. Okay. So
Good luck, my dear comrade.
so no, okay, so I think it's worth talking about briefly talking about to sort of develop on my own personal political journey. As I've said before, as I've described my own political journey before. Um, Another crucial component that I didn't really talk about because I've been waiting to talk about it in regards to this question is my interest in technology and how it can potentially be used to improve our lives, or whether it's just to talk about the potential, really futuristic technologies that are slightly on the horizon. So this was the kind of stuff that I've been thinking about in my head and how I can bring it about into my content. And then a few months after I started making content, I came across the term Afrofuturism, and it just really like struck me as something that I had basically been embodying for like a couple of years at least, or at least since I've been a kid, basically. So
Mm,
to kind of put it in simple terms, Afrofuturism is essentially like a cultural aesthetic or a kind of phenomenon that encapsulates like African history or like fashion or philosophy, literature, even, and of course science fiction under the lens, yeah, under that particular lens, but also giving a particular eye towards how technology fits into this entire thing.
mm,
So it's pretty broad. Like Afrofuturists have taken it in a variety of different directions. So you may have someone like Octavia Butler, who is a science fiction writer who has inspired at least one of my videos, called Parable of the Sower, which is the video that I made
great
a couple
video.
months ago. It was a video that I made before this one, before the recent one that I've just made. And yeah, in terms of Afrofuturism, in regards to science fiction at least, it's a vehicle to talk about these issues that may be on the horizon, as well as the issues that oppressed peoples may be experiencing right now, and including them in our visions of the future. So when you look at science fiction in the mainstream, it may seem like, well, from my personal experience, anyways, it's like you have all of these stories that are taking place in the future, whether it's a few decades or a few centuries out in the future. But like, this may seem like a crude way of describing it, but they're just all the main characters are just like white
Yep.
people. And like, yeah.
Very fucking white. Very
and
Yank, very Brit, very just white Americans,
and
white
it's
Brits,
like, yeah.
whatever. Yeah.
And so it's kind of this weird like subconscious thing that it's
Yeah.
just a question of like, is this what the future is going to look like, basically? Is this what the future is going to be like?
And
Are
can I
there any
just
are there going to
say,
be?
this
Yeah.
is this is so exciting for me personally because I try to imagine, and I can't, and I really can't, you know. And this ties back in with what we were talking about earlier on about we don't want to go back, we want to go forward. But at the same time, we've lost so much due to colonialism and capitalist imperialism explicitly, and earlier forms of imperialism as well. Um, we've lost so much. It's very difficult for us as colonial subjects to imagine a future based on our history free of colonialism, and so it's very exciting to me. Like I can't even. I try to imagine this like Afrofuturism, like a Celtic futurism or something like that. I try to imagine how that would look like, and if that were sort of freed from the shackles of Irish American white supremacy or whatever the fuck it might be. Like an actual sort of like authentically sort of using the art form, the music, and all these sorts of important cultural artifacts from the Irish tradition, from the Gaelic tradition, and bringing that forward, imagining that forward. But the thing is, for me, now I don't know how this is for you. Maybe it's a little bit different. You sort of mentioned the difference between like African diaspora in the UK versus African diaspora like in the United States, where maybe people in the UK might have a closer connection to where they come from, a better sense of place. Whereas a lot of people in the US, a lot of like African people, African diaspora and New African people in the US, they don't really know where they've come from, and so they've had this past stolen, like their history, their culture, it's gone. They don't fucking know, so they like have to create and sort of mold together and reshape and reimagine all these things moving forward into the future. So this is me saying this as someone who benefits so much from the current white supremacist order of the capitalist imperialist system, like and trying to imagine that as someone who's not in such a privileged position, also the subject of colonialism, also the subject of white supremacy and capitalist imperialism and all these things. It takes on a much greater significance than just saying that this is kind of some sort of aesthetic movement, that this is just like an art thing. Like it's not just about like art, or it's not just about music or style or aesthetics or fashion or whatever. It really goes beyond that. It really gets a lot deeper. At least that's how I would certainly feel and,
Yeah,
and imagine
definitely,
that.
definitely. And it kind of goes back to one of the things that I was talking about in regards to the importance of history, which is one of the main
Yeah.
themes of my last video. And it's just that we've had all of this history, whether it's in it, all this history, all of these philosophies, this music, these spiritualities, or whatever the case may be, all of them have essentially just been erased. And so, even being, even having some kind of connection to, a slightly more direct connection to the African continent than say African Americans, right?
Mm.
It's still very blank, right? the
Yeah,
furthest
of
back
course.
I, the furthest back that I could see is essentially just civil war. That like my moms and favorite relatives have basically just had to live through, basically. And so looking before that, it's been very, very like blurry. It's almost like just looking into a black hole where like all of the thoughts that I project towards the past is just sucked in past the event horizon, and I just can't see past that. It's just there. It's gone. It's
Yeah.
just gone, completely
Yeah.
gone. And so no, as you were saying with Irish futurism,
Yeah.
it's the whole idea is that like we just really need to reclaim the ideas, or our own idea of the future, right?
Yeah.
Because the future that we've seen right now is basically just status quo, just trying to basically uphold the prevailing narrative for whatever reason, just for just basically for the beneficiaries of the system as it stands. And then even in the cases where you have like one or two minorities that are like cast in particular roles, they are oftentimes just like tokenized. It's like,
Yeah.
hey, he's a black person. Oh, he's an
Yeah.
Irish person,
Of
right? Just like
course. Yeah.
plop them inside, and then okay, that's it. We've had the representation quota filled.
Yeah. Of course.
Let's
Yeah.
move on and do whatever. But then
Exactly.
they
Yeah.
barely ever touch upon the actual plight that that person may be experiencing. Right?
I
Let's
do.
say
I
you're
do
talking,
also, if I don't
yeah,
mind, if you don't mind, I would like to actually ask a little bit more about sort of representation and the sort of significance of that, and how you sort of perceive that, some people sort of create a dichotomy between representation versus redistribution. They'll say it's just sort of this liberal thing or whatever. I would like to ask about that a little bit later on. I think Black Panther, I think we'll need to talk about like the Black Panther film. I think there'll be some interesting conclusions to be drawn from that. But anyway, I think we can probably return to that a little bit later. I don't want to take things too off the track at the moment, but we can return to this point a little bit later.
Well, no, I think it's a slightly good segue. Yeah, I think so, because when it looks like when we look at the kinds of tropes, and again, this is bringing it full circle with a woke Hollywood video. It's all coming back.
It's coming back.
Yeah, but yeah, no, it's like, okay, we have these tropes that are basically shoehorned in certain demographics into particular fields, right? And then you have all of these anti-SJWs coming in with their videos being like, oh, look at these woke people trying to like capitalize on whatever, trying to make money, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Whatever the case may be. And like, no one asked for that. Like, they're really like tokenized things. It's like, I never asked for that. I don't really care.
Yeah.
Yeah. We need to be talking about the systemic issues. So why are we talking about like these particular
we don't
really
give a shit about
things? Yeah, exactly. And yeah, again, this goes back further to where it was slightly, ever so slightly, I'll emphasize that, sympathetic to this kind of content, because I was like, yeah, I don't want to be pandered to. I don't want to be pandered to. Why are they pandering to me? Why can't I just create my own thing? But no, like, again, just reflecting on the release of Black Panther and just seeing how that resonated through like the entire world, just seeing Black people all over the world just coming together and just being so happy that this film had been brought up. And you not only had a superhero, but you had this futuristic view of African culture at the same time. Just put together, and you see all these videos of people coming together, all these kids being inspired by like,
here's a Black hero.
Yeah, exactly. Like something that I never really had seen growing up, something that I never really expected to see. Right, I'm a big fan of Star Wars, as you can tell.
Saber. I've got the lightsaber actually in the stream. People can see this. Like, the lightsaber is visible, and
yeah, but like the only like Black person that you'd see is like Lando, and even him has a very questionable role.
Yeah.
Like, people like to say, well, no, the Darth Vader is a Black person in the original, and it's like, no, his character's not actually supposed to be like a Black person. It's just a voice,
of course.
But yeah, no, it's like okay, so how do we see ourselves in the future in a society that seems to never really like include us in the future, right? Like, it's almost as if we're like, all of these weird contradictions have been like solved even like a few decades out in the future. You have a sci-fi thing that comes out that's set in like 2040, and somehow like racism is just not like a thing.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's like, okay, so how do we get from here to there in 20 years? It's
Imagine.
So yeah, no, Afrofuturist novels in particular, in regards to sci-fi specifically, tends to take the plight of oppressed people, particularly like Black people, and placing them in that future and saying, okay, so how would this really play out? And I think this is particularly poignant in the works of, say, Octavia Butler in her novel Parable of the Soul, where she talks about like a near future. It was written in like 1993, but it's set in like 2024 or 2026. And at the time she's writing the book, and she's talking about like climate crises, and she's talking about like systemic oppression, and she's talking about like the breakdown of civil society. And this is a thing that I always need to really bring up when I'm talking about this now, because as I was writing the script for the video, I was like reading it. I was like, oh, this is not too far from like where we are today, even though it was written over 20 years ago. But at the time I was thinking that it's not quite as close, because what she's describing is like reddened skies because of climate crises and all of these kinds of things, wildfires ripping through California and whatever. And then, like,
by the way, actually happening.
Yes, this is the point. A month after I released that video, I see videos on Twitter of like the skies that are like completely red in parts of America, in specific places
So
that
crazy.
she sets in her novels. And so it's like, well, maybe this Afrofuturist thing is like
There's something to it.
more, yeah, something to this. Like, it's not just this over romanticized utopian idea, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, there's got to be some utopian ideas
Of course.
involved in it, but yeah, but then you got to have
Wait.
some thinkers that are just like trying to extrapolate that.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it is interesting. It's really interesting. Because obviously you and I were talking a little bit about sort of the topics of this conversation, what we discussed, and and I really appreciate you sent me on a good few videos sort of pertaining to this subject. Um, and I did notice that there is it's kind of strange. It is a strange thing to deal with. I know there's obviously these contradictions when we look at the term Afrofuturism. I believe it was coined by a white bloke, some
Yeah,
white lad,
yeah,
and so
biggest irony. Yeah.
yeah, and so there's like these kind of weird inherent kind of contradictions. But at the same time, there's this history that it's linked to, which is incredibly radical. And then, of course, like with everything that's kind of leftist and that's actually genuinely progressive, and I don't mean progressive in sort of a liberal sense, I mean genuinely progressive, Walter Rodney, and like actually challenging the capitalist imperialist system. There are, of course, also more liberal factions which will kind of run with this subject, and they won't really get to, I suppose, as we were talking earlier on about like radical and how that's about getting to the root of the problem. um
Mhm.
there are, of course, liberals who will take these ideas and deal with them in from their particular lens, without that sort of systemic internationalist understanding of the global economic system, which gives rise to the kinds of problems that we're seeing.
Mm.
And
Yeah,
sorry, so you go, you fire off there. I didn't mean to.
cool. Yeah, no, and I think this is something that I try to really bring to the table. It's just adding the relatively progressive nature of Afrofuturism, but also trying to tie in like systemic analysis as well. Because
Mm.
I do feel like that is slightly missing from the whole phenomenon or the
In,
whole culture.
with some
So
people, yeah, yeah. I mean,
yeah,
it's kind of divided, I suppose. There are leftists and there are liberals who will kind of use
definitely,
this
yeah.
term.
But I think
So
it is like largely like towards the slightly progressive side.
yeah,
That's
generally quite
yeah,
progressive. Yeah, even
generally,
look,
yeah.
even within the liberals who are using this, it actually
Mm,
does have a very progressive base. It is about overthrowing colonialism, and like it is
definitely,
moving forward historically. So even
yeah. Mhm.
even like the left liberals are actually moving forward historically when it comes to this
Yeah.
particular topic. So, but anyway, yeah.
Yeah, no, so I think it's just generally just a lens, right? It's just a lens. It's not like a particular like hardcore thing. Like if you just do this or that or this or that, then you're an Afrofuturist. Because even as you were saying, the phrase was coined in 1990 something, 1996, I think, by like by a white person in his article, or his article talking, having like a set of interviews with these are cultural critics and like artists and whatnot, um, bringing them together. But as we know, Afrofuturism has been around for like a little while before that, right? Octavia Butler has been writing before 1993. Um, you have artists like Sun Ra, for example, he's like a jazz musician, and he revolutionized Afrofuturism in his own way by using instruments in really like fascinating ways, which have gone on to inspire people who have gone on to inspire uh people that are influential in the hip hop space, for example. So you see this
Mm.
chain of influence that's come across, and yeah, no, I think it's just really important in general that we look towards the future, because as you were saying, like if you don't have like, as someone who's really been interested in sci-fi in general, is something that's kind of like ingrained in me in particular. But then I have these moments where I see just something really pessimistic online, and then it feels like my future has essentially just been like foreclosed. And so it's like
Yeah.
I can't see past that, and I can only imagine how it would be for someone who hasn't had those gates open in the first place. And this is something that Afrofuturists tend to tackle, and it's just that many people, or many Black people in particular, who've dealt with systemic racism and like oppression in general, or you can even trace it back to people that are living under like slavery conditions, or like colonial conditions. Imagining yourself in the future, will probably be like it incomprehensibly harder than it is right now.
Mm.
Than us just sitting here talking on the internet, right? It's this
Getting
magical
drunk.
technology. That's like so yeah. And so yeah, no. Another interesting thing that Afrofuturists tend to do is they tend to draw this distinction between the present, the future, and the past. So it's kind of contrary to the name, it's kind of like non-linear in a sense, where the Afrofuturist tends to have like one hand on the future, one hand on the past, and they're trying to like synthesize it towards their like themselves in the present. They're trying to pull it towards themselves. Try to synthesize something that can exist here and now, and so that they can inspire people, and then they can take it in their own direction to kind of have something in the cultural space at least that can that isn't the the status quo. It isn't the norm of just a white protagonist trying to trying to
Yep.
save the Karen in distress.
Oh my fuck. Karen in distress. Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah. So yeah, no. So I think just generally speaking, that's essentially what it's about. And again, like I said before, it stresses, it goes well beyond science fiction, and this will kind of tie it into technology as a whole.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're not really talking about science fiction. We're talking about fashion and philosophy and speculative fiction as well, and then technology, which is probably the most poignant thing for me, I think, because as I look through my theoretical studies, as I try to understand the system as a whole, one of the reoccurring things seems to be that the technological prowess of the particular nation that's trying to oppress someone else, and how that's been used to has that's been used to essentially amplify their powers.
Yep.
So, for example, if the Western nations that came into Africa didn't have uh, guns, for example, it would have made their lives way harder. They probably wouldn't have been able to enslave the Africans or
Yeah.
to genocide the people in the native world,
That's right.
in the so-called New World, right?
Yeah.
So there's that, and then so it kind of takes you further back to figure out like how exactly did these technologies come into being in the first place. And in the case of Europe, it seems to be that they've kind of tried to generate these technologies to defend or to try to fight off their adversaries at the time, whether it's like within Europe or within, say, the Ottoman Empire in the East. I think,
Yep.
East, yeah.
Yep.
So exactly. So and then it all comes together. It just keeps building and building and building to the point where they now have these technologies that they can then use to oppress an entire continent that has been developing on its own for hundreds, if not thousands of years. And this seems to be a general theme because obviously a particular society may use technologies in a way that they want to benefit their own people. Obviously, again, it's not utopian or anything like that. They may have used it for conflict as well, but just the sheer amount of I don't know, just the sheer, just the level has been amplified, had been amplified so much so that it just completely disrupted the entire civilization as a whole, like the entire continent, disrupted the development of a particular continent or a particular nation. So, you can kind of trace it towards something like the steam engine, as I was talking about before, and then going forward to even the construction of something like nuclear warfare, where something that has so much promise to provide like the energy that the world needs to meet all of our like needs or whatever, but then immediately it's used to drop bombs on people. Or then you look at just the military industrial complex as a whole and how so much of our energy is being directed towards that industry, whereas that same ingenuity can be used to really enrich the peoples of the planet, but it's just not being directed towards that end. It's being used to oppress the marginalized peoples on the planet, And
Yeah.
the main reason for that right now is just to continue to accumulate. Seems to be a continuation of the accumulation of capital, pretty much.
Yeah.
So if only we could take the ingenuity of human beings with the technological capabilities that we have to really like enrich every single person on the planet.
Oh
Like we
Jesus!
already know that
Imagine.
we have the technological capabilities to like feed everyone on the planet, and yet for some reason we can't do that. So
It's isn't that so
yeah.
crazy? That point on its own should be enough to make people reconsider what we're doing here. Genuinely, like
Mhm.
we produce 100 every single day. We produce 150% the amount of food we need to feed everybody on this planet. Every single person, 1.5 times the food they need to have a good, strong life. And yet there's still starving. There's still starvation in the world.
So we have all this technology. We have all this technology. So it's like this kind of ties into the things that I'm trying to like push towards after
Yeah.
I finished understanding the history of all of like what's happened up until this point. Is that like there's this notion in like Silicon Valley, for example, that like the technologies that we have uh, that the technologies that we have today are not sufficient to solve our problems, and that we need to wait for some kind of artificial general intelligence that has like more cognition than a human being. And once we get to that point, then we
Yes.
can somehow uh, distribute that across the entire planet to make sure that everyone meets all of their needs. But
Mm.
when you look at certain facts that illustrate the point that we already produce enough food to feed everyone, or we already have enough technology to, or like in the most developed places in the world, for example,
Christ,
there
yeah.
are there are like more empty houses than homeless people on the street. The technology able to create all of these houses,
Yep.
and yet you have all these homeless people on the street.
In
So
Ireland, by the way, just on that particular note, on that particular point, there's over 290,000 empty properties, like specifically domestic properties. Over 290,000
mm,
domestic properties that are vacant at the moment, and we have 10,000 people homeless. 10,000
mm,
people
mm,
homeless, 290,000 free, vacant domestic properties, apartments, houses,
mm,
so on, across the 26 counties of the Republic of Ireland. My friend, the problem is not production, the problem is distribution.
100%, yeah. And so yeah, like this is one of the things, obviously just being a big fan of technology in general, but then just being attuned to like Afrofuturism and uh how the technology can influence the development of a particular society, and just realizing that like it's not really a technological like hurdle. Is we're
Yeah,
kind of past that as a
we're done.
species. We're past that
We're
point.
good,
Yeah,
yeah.
we just need to figure out how to take that and distribute it to people who actually need it, which is the vast majority of people on this planet. So this kind of again ties back to the question of like how technology has been used by the people in power, and again it's just been used to generate as much capital for them as possible.
Yeah.
That's the main driver, and like it's hard to kind of come to terms with, especially when you've been indoctrinated with this idea of like competition is the best thing
Yeah.
in the world. Like we have to just keep going down this road when we know that like it seems like people like to make it seem like it's the most efficient system or whatever, but it's just so incredibly like wasteful, even when
Of
it goes to come
course.
to like food production, as we talked about, and like housing and whatnot. And we can just do so much more. We can do so much better if we were to shift our like incentive structures and whatnot. And the idea that like the profit incentive is like the most important incentive, which is absolutely like ridiculous because
Of course, yeah.
I, for one, and I'm sure you and other people in the chat know, have spent like way too many hours playing like a video game, for example, for like hundreds of hours, and then like and then just be like,
Oh man.
yo, there's no like, I'm not making any money from
What
this,
the fuck is
but
the
I'm just
point of what
here,
I'm
just
doing
playing
here?
this game for hundreds of hours. So obviously, there's like only there's more than one incentive at the very least to keep us doing something, anyways.
It's a funny actually.
So
It's a funny illustrative example there actually using video games, and there is this kind of the completionist, the whole completionist thing.
mhm,
You must 100% complete every single thing, every piece of content you can squeeze out of this particular form of media must be pursued.
yeah,
You can't just complete
yeah.
the main story. You need to do the side quests, and then beyond the side quests, you need to get all the
Yeah, all the little like
collectibles.
treasures that are
All
around
the
hiding.
treasure. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's like, well, what the fuck was the point of me collecting all those fucking feathers in Assassin's Creed?
Oh yeah, no, literally, Assassin's Creed 2 was like, oh my
Exactly.
god.
That's exactly what I was thinking of. What the fuck was the point of that? Oh man, fun game though. Main story was pretty
Yeah,
cool. I
no,
enjoyed
I
that.
appreciate that. Yeah, yeah. I'm not too fond of the other assassins that came after Ezio, but you know,
Yeah, me neither, me neither. Although, actually, interestingly, I when I first saw, Assassin's Creed 3, in America, the sort of this anti-colonial thing.
yeah.
When I first saw that, when I first played that game, I was just like, okay, it's kind of cool. I like the
Mhm.
idea of what he's doing, but at the same time, it's kind of boring. The kind of
They
character.
kind of butchered it by the end. The main character, like, he wasn't
Yes.
very entertaining, to be honest.
Exactly. He was they kind of made him a kind of an uninspiring kind of character, which is kind of shit because actually it was a pretty left-wing narrative.
Hmm.
Assassin's Creed 3, it was really like anti-colonial, and at the start it's like you're presented with like this hate them character, and you're meant to be you were just colonizer, and like all the good people are actually bad people, and it could have been really left-wing and really progressive, but unfortunately it was just kind of a boring story.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, and kind of wrecked the game. But anyway, that was, by the way, for people who are curious as to whether or not Paul is a fucking gamer. That was probably one of the last big games that I played. Assassin's Creed 3. I haven't really played any games since that time, so yeah. I recently started again. I'm playing Outer Worlds at the moment, and it's.
Oh wow, I heard good
Have you
things
played?
about that,
Have
but
you played?
I haven't played it. No.
It's cool. It's actually it's really cool. It's actually I only started playing it about a week ago, and I haven't played any games since then. It's been about 8 years, 7 or 8 years since I played any games at all. And it's all about colonizing different country, or it's not different countries. Excuse me, different planets. It's like
Mm.
it's like 800 years in the future, and like all of it's basically these mega. Have you seen the film Wall-E? Have you seen that
Yeah,
Wall-E?
yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah.
like this kind of Wall-E dystopian future where capitalism still reigns, and it's just corporations have control of everything, and so corporations are just colonizing all these other planets, and you're sort of just a worker within that, and it's actually extremely anti-capitalist, which I
Mm.
I played this, and this is like the first game that I played in like 8 years, and I was just like, holy shit, is this where gaming is right now? Based, the fucking revolution's happening tomorrow. It's really anti-capital. I was crazy. Like, it's crazy. Like there's all these like anarchist community. Like you participate like in all these like anarcho-communist communities and stuff like that. And I was like, this is fucking crazy. Like just like understanding how society has developed so much in terms of political consciousness that we're seeing like anarcho-communism just like as a normal mainstay part of video games.
Mm.
That's crazy. Like when I was last playing games 10 years ago, you couldn't even imagine any kind of political consciousness. It was taboo to have an LGBTQ character in a game ten
Even
years
now,
ago.
to be honest, in
Even
regards to
now,
some people that make their
yeah.
living online, anyways. So
Yes, yeah, no, yeah, absolutely. You're dead right. You're dead right. But now like games are properly challenging capitalism, and of course I think that's a lot to do with the industry that's creating them and the developers and stuff like that who have these horrific contracts and there's terrible
mhm.
conditions there and so on and so forth. But anyway, that's a conversation probably for another day. And I apologize for going off on a rant about games
I
and
think
that, but
what I think it's a good tangent to really address the again how technology is being used to
yeah.
really oppress people, so to speak.
Mm.
And I think the video game industry is a good example of that, considering I'm sure you've heard of all of the controversies about like crunch time and whatnot, and how
Yeah. Of
yeah,
course,
yeah,
of
all these
course.
kind of
Yeah,
things. Hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, and so yeah, it's kind of like leads on to again as I was alluding to earlier, it's just the general like trend of technologies that I see heading into the future, and how we've seen how technology can be used to really like oppress people that for the benefit of those who own most of the stuff, like the elite, so to speak, or the ruling class. But I feel like we need to take that and look at the present moment and to look at how technology is being used like right now to do the same kind of thing, but in a slightly more elusive way.
Mm.
So on the on the one hand, you may have like cyber warfare, where you have like certain companies like literally trying to hack another country for various reasons, but then you may have
Yep.
one country trying to use the inbuilt mechanisms that are already like present within a particular platform, and this kind of leads on to like something like I don't know, like Facebook, for instance, and how people can use the fact that the entire industry is built upon uh, creating as creating platforms that are as addictive as possible, basically.
Yes. Get that
And
little
the reason for that
serotonin, that
is
little
because
dopamine
yeah,
boost.
basically yeah, they figured out how to create a market for human addiction, basically,
Yeah.
as crude as that sounds.
No,
So
no, you're right.
I feel like this is like the next big like frontier that we don't really have a grasp on, and I think it's best illustrated by looking at all of the like leftist drama that we're seeing on Twitter, basically. And
I love it.
people think that this is an isolated thing. They think it's just a matter of like leftists fighting amongst themselves on Twitter. But like being a part of a few different um, communities on Twitter and other social network platforms as well, you see that it's just the same pattern again and again and again.
Yeah.
And it's the fact that these platforms are most profitable when they are incentivizing negative behavior, basically.
Yeah.
Incentivizing
Conflicts.
conflict, yeah, incentivizing drama, all these kinds of things.
Yeah.
And not only that, but it's like it's also again it's just the main profit mechanism, because the longer we stay on these platforms, the more ads are shoved into our faces. The more ads are shoved into our faces, the more money that these platforms
Yeah.
seem to make. So, and again, like I watched a documentary not too long ago, and then for the past few years, I've seen various videos of even the creators of these platforms talking about they didn't see what was coming, and now it's out of control. But
That's
it's like
right. Yeah.
this seems to be something again as I'm looking through like my own as I'm developing my own like political education, seems to be a an inbuilt feature basically of the system. Once
Mm.
they figured out how to generate this advertising network upon these social networks, right? Okay, so now all of these companies are going to just in it are just going to basically invade this cyberspace, so to speak, to
Mm.
try to generate as much profit as possible. And
Yep.
obviously, that seems to be the case when it comes to you know, attention.
Mm.
And so they harnessed on attention, and now they're trying to just make as much generate as much attention as possible. Um, and it's very very alarming, because as we've seen, the technology itself is increasing exponentially, so to speak. The rate of development in regards to like processing power is like doubling at a rate of I don't know, every like 18 months or every 18 to 24 months, you have these this processing power that's like doubling basically.
Mm.
And these machine learning algorithms that are basically creating, and again, this brings it full circle to the algorithms that I was talking about in the very, very beginning. It's creating it's creating far more sophisticated um, digital profiles that than the engineers that created them can even understand. So,
Oh
so if you
man,
have
I've
this,
heard so much horrific stuff about that. Like literally creating profiles, like creating ghost profiles for fucking people who haven't been born yet. Like like babies who
yeah.
haven't been born. So it's
Mhm.
so fucking creepy.
So yeah, so my main concern is that like we don't seem to be making the same level of like materialist analysis towards this field as we do towards like history and even like other kinds of systems. And so if it gets to a point where, for example, these machines are or they reach a certain level of like general intelligence that competes with humans, so to speak, and it doesn't seem like we're too far away from that. And
Mm.
even if we are relatively far away from that, we can't necessarily rule it out. And I think it's best if we prepare for those outcomes. Um, then the beneficiaries of the kind of technology is going to be the people who, again, own the companies in the same way that it's been done in the past through slavery, colonization, and whatnot. It's just going to happen again. And this time, it may be a situation where we, as dystopian as it sounds, may not be able to escape. Think about
Yeah.
how terrible it is that like we recognize all of these problems, but we can't, like, we recognize all the problems with social networking, for example. We recognize all the problems that like social media addiction can have, but we can't stay away.
Oh man.
We can't detach ourselves from
Yeah.
these systems, and this is pretty terrifying.
Yeah. We're
And
hooked.
yeah, we're hooked into these platforms, and it's only going to get worse unless we figure out how to take the technology that, as human beings have been able to develop, and to transition that to something that can actually um,
Could you
benefit
imagine?
people all around the world. So
Just could you imagine if we were living in like a global, not even global communism, but global socialism, where like actually there was, let's say, essentially but loosely organized ownership of the means of production, where we all actually owned Google in commons. That was part of the commons that we all owned.
yeah,
Could you imagine how beneficial that could be to humankind? And basically, what this boils down to: could you imagine if the Soviet Union won the Cold War? Could you imagine if socialism won? Could you imagine like where the world would be right now? Where like just in terms of like these things that like we're advancing so rapidly in terms of automation, in terms of artificial intelligence, and how these things could be genuinely utopian if they were
hmm
held in public ownership, held collectively, if we all owned the means of production together, you know. But because we don't, because private individuals own these things, and because they're incentivized to use this ownership of the means of production to further enhance their profit, unfortunately, this utopian ideal has become dystopian. It's dystopian. It's horrific.
yeah,
It's
and
it's
like
horrible.
there's this big idea in these circles about the technological singularity, for example. And
Oh yeah, yeah,
this
yeah,
is
yeah.
something that I've been tuned into before I even developed my political education, until like to the point where it is now.
Mm.
So essentially, the idea of the singularity is that, as I was talking about before, technology is increasing exponentially, and it's going to get to a point where it's decreasing so fast that understand we can't imagine what it will be like on the other side of that. And this is something that people in the highest places in Silicon Valley, or like in the tech spaces around the world, are talking about. They're talking about what's going to happen past the technological singularity. Is AI going to take over the world? But like, now that I look back at these kinds of things, it seems like this is very, very
Yeah.
idealistic thinking,
Yep.
because what seems to be happening is that they've essentially, whether they realize it or not, they've relinquished the autonomy in a sense. They said, we've given up,
Mm.
but the technology is not going to slow down. Like Elon Musk is one of the most like richest people on the planet, and there's famous videos of him saying,
Yeah.
I've tried to slow down AI, I've tried to slow down this, I've tried to slow down that. But in order to slow down, it seems to me that you have to slow down you have to change the system. You can't convince the people within the system to stop trying to chase profits if that's the prevailing thing in the system. You can't change that. You can't change the internal mechanisms of that system unless you completely like overthrow unless you completely like transition towards something else. Um, and so you have all these people. Again, it kind of goes back to that idea of like capitalist realism, where they can't see anything past this system. So
Yes,
like past the
exactly.
singularity, past the point that someone like Marx has talked about like 150 years ago, 200 years ago, talking about like, once you have this contradiction between the workers trying to like raise their wages or trying to raise their conditions, in contrast to the capitalists who are trying to like increasingly automate their stuff so that they can reduce their prices and whatnot. These kinds of contradictions of like fully automated systems without changing the fundamental structure of society have been talked about for like hundreds of years, hundreds of years at this point. And now you have all of these rich people, all of these owners of the systems saying that, oh, I can't imagine what's going to happen after this singularity point. And I I think we need to definitely rephrase the conversation. Otherwise, we're just going to keep we're just going to keep pushing towards that point, right? We're going to keep pushing towards that point where we have these systems that generate machines or like hardware and software that don't necessarily require like human beings or the working class. And if we get to that point, like, how can we possibly like how can we like what use is it to like strike or to protest or do whatever we can? Like, what power do we have when the capitalists own the machines that can do everything that we can do anyways? Like, what power do we have, especially if they've transported all of those productive forces into space, which is what they're trying to do anyways, with like Bezos and Musk and all these kinds of people. So yeah, it seems like we're at the final frontier, as to quote Star Trek. It seems like we're at the final frontier. I don't need to like pull them back, trying to stop whatever's happening right now. And I think understanding the the internal workings of the system, the logic of the system, is one of the best ways to actually do that, and then to sort of raise working class consciousness to push back against these increasingly technological developments.
So much, yes. I honestly couldn't agree more, and I'm so glad to hear you saying that. I really appreciate it. And this kind of takes us sort of, I suppose, full circle, as we were sort of saying earlier on, sort of back to what we're talking for, like woke Hollywood and so on and so forth. Because I really did want to sort of, I suppose, address this question of how liberalism will deal with questions like Afrofuturism and the imagining of horizons beyond this grueling, miserable capitalist, imperialist, colonialist reality that we find ourselves in at the moment, you know. And so I wanted to ask a question, and this might be, have you seen Black Panther recently, or was that something you saw a little while ago? Maybe it's not quite as fresh in your mind.
I saw it. I think I've seen it at some point this year. Yeah.
At some point this year. Okay, good. Okay, yeah. So we're pretty much good to go again. Okay, so when I watched Black Panther, I was really excited. I was really excited when I watched it. But at the end of it, there was something that struck me as really disturbing. I'll say a few points about it, because this is an important conversation to have when it comes to Afrofuturism, because as part of a movement that does embrace aesthetics and stuff like that, I think that Afrofuturism is actually pretty well represented in Black Panther. Would that be fair? Would that be fair to say? There's some cool.
Yeah, I'd say to some extent. Yeah, like obviously from my perspective, I think, yeah, as I was saying, it's not entirely like fully like all the way type of thing. But like I was saying before, I think the representation itself is.
The representation element. Yeah. It's very much there, but I think
they did a good job in terms of looking at the culture and then looking at the.
Yeah. So this is just me coming from, like, I suppose a very here's me, dogmatic, mean, Marxist, being cruel and harsh, you know. I loved the film in so many ways, but you know, this is this thing that we do as Marxists. We're like, we love 95% of something and we focus on the 5%, and we're like, I suppose the first thing that I would be critical of is the fact that Wakanda, is that the name? Wakanda. Yeah. It seemed to basically be monarchy. It seemed to basically be a monarchistic.
And this is where,
So that's the first thing I would say, is that it seems to be upholding monarchy, which like if we're to take things like in their totality, that's not necessarily progressive. That's actually very, very regressive. If we're looking and this.
This is the thing that one of my major problems is that, like, okay, they've represented Africa well, I think, in terms of like showing, at least having some kind of representation of Africa in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. But like throughout the entire story, it seems to me, and again, it may come across weird to some people. I feel like Killmonger, the villain, was like
Hero.
not too far off. Like,
Yes! Oh my god, so much yes! And this actually refers back to earlier on when I was talking about the British Museum. There's a point when Killmonger's actually in a museum and he's like, why do you have this? Like, why do you fucking imperialists have this? And I remember I was sitting there with my wife, me and my wife were sitting there watching this film, and I was just like, he's right, you know. And I was just like genuine, and like Killmonger's talking about like how we need to be doing like this international. Basically, he was describing proletarian internationalism, like where you would support movements all across the world to overthrow colonialism, you know. And I was like, Killmonger is pretty fucking based. What a fucking badass. Holy fucking shit. Killmonger is like the best villain in the world. Also fucking best haircut in the world. Fucking cool.
Yeah. My hair's been like that. Just to,
Oh,
again,
you got
not
that?
too much.
Oh,
but like, yeah, occasionally I kind of go for that. Yeah.
I can't believe you don't show your like your face, your style on screen. But yeah, for now we'll have to go with Star Trek Saber.
Yeah.
But I'm imagining you as Killmonger from now on.
I'm waiting for that magical moment. We'll see. Maybe I'll set
Face reveal.
an extraordinarily high like.
You know what it is? Yeah, what?
Be like,
well, what it is when you get to a certain Patreon amount where you can quit your job and you can just chill and do YouTube all the time.
Probably,
Then you're just like, okay, fuck it, face reveal, it doesn't matter anyway. But yeah, so like this is one of the issues. Like there's a serious, I think, political issue which. A serious political and economic issue there, with the sort of upholding of monarchy, because it can seem kind of cool and kind of liberatory and so on and so forth, but actually it's a very, very oppressive system, which probably does need to be addressed when we're moving forward. Because if you just look at Afrofuturism as an like aesthetic, then you know you could just uphold fucking slave society, you know, like proper like old school fucking slave society or feudalism or whatever. Like it doesn't matter as long as you have like the aesthetic. But the point is that it is kind of rooted in this political movement. At least that's my understanding. Is that am I
yeah, and I think so. I think everyone can sort of take it in their own direction, but I think generally speaking, what I'm trying to do specifically is trying to tie in the filter or the lens or the phenomenon of Afrofuturism to try to tie it into like more material analysis.
Yeah.
Which again, like you can kind of see the difference between everything after my Afrofuturism video and everything before.
Yes.
Like, yeah.
No, I know what you mean. Yeah. You definitely shifted from.
It's like a whole different thing. It's the same me, obviously.
Yeah.
It's like
No, you shifted. You did. You definitely leveled up. You kind of shifted from more of like a. You know, like, how can I say, like an emotional response, like, man, this is fucking stupid, this is ridiculous, to, hey, this is actually how systems function and how this is a materialist analysis of, you went above and beyond. You kind of, it's like a zoomed out, wide lens, wide angle view of the situation, I suppose, after that moment onwards.
Yeah. And I think I'm definitely trying to trend towards that direction more so every video. And like, yeah, like I said, I try to like tie it all in. I try to expand the narrative, but also try to tie in everything as I go as well. So like we've been talking about for the past like 2.5 hours or so, or 3 hours.
Oh yeah, shit, 3 hours and 10 minutes. What the fuck?
Like, you can kind of see, based on all the things that we've been talking about, I've basically been tying in technology and like African culture and colonialism and then slavery, all these kinds of things. And then trying to develop that as I go, trying to incorporate more materialist analysis too, try to make it more like in depth as I go on. Like I was saying before, I appreciate that you like the content and whatnot. I appreciate
it's
it.
amazing. No, it's really fucking good. I really did enjoy it. You know, actually, it is interesting in terms of how I sort of viewed your content. Because I checked out your content when it first came out, you know, a year ago, year and a half ago, whenever it was. And I was like, yeah, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Okay, cool. But around that time, I became very disillusioned with the whole breadtube kind of sphere. You know, breadtube, you know, which we've kind of talked about as well, which is kind of this, it's very white, very imperialist core people who are kind of talking about the interests of their group within their country, not really talking about the global context, and so on and so forth. But there are certain people within this left-wing YouTube sphere who are going far beyond that, and you know, I was really pleasantly surprised to find out that, of course, you were, you know, going way beyond that, you know, which was really, really amazing to see, and which is why you're here today, you know, because there are so many who aren't, who unfortunately, even though they may claim kind of what can I say, woke, they can claim the title of being, you quote, woke, they're actually pretty much just Western chauvinists, and it hugely impedes their analysis of the global capitalist imperialist system. And
Yeah,
so,
no, and it's so strange as well because it seems like I've just gone, like, again, not to toot my own horn or anything, but it seems like I've
toot
just gone
away, you badass.
like seems like I've
Subscribe to
just gone like
Saber,
right
motherfuckers.
from yeah. It seems like I've just gone like you more again sympathetic towards kind of stranger like anti SJW stuff. Then I'd be like,
You
come
come back
across
full circle, anti-SJW.
and then it's
But
like,
you've
okay, I
taken.
come across these people for a while, and then I've just kind of zoomed past them, like, like a spaghetti, just gone straight in the other direction, basically. Like, yeah, and it's like now that I look past, like now that I look back at their content, it's like I don't know, it seems like they like we talk about sometimes we talk about the pipeline or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
It seems like some people, again, not to name any
Yeah,
names,
of
but it's
course.
like they kind of like plugged the pipe behind them, and it's like, okay,
Oh,
we just
so
stop
much.
here.
Yes. Stop here. Don't go any further, because if you start questioning what I'm saying, then fuck, I'm gonna lose all my subscribers. Yeah. So you know what? Fuck those anarchities and fuck those tankies. You just stop right there. Fucking stop. Stop at the center left or moderate left. Just fucking stop there. Don't go anywhere near the far left. Those fucking radical extremist tanky anarcho-tanky anarcho-stalinists. You know? And you're right, it's a big issue, especially as we're seeing now with the newer, not maybe not so much with the older vintage of breadtube or left-wing YouTube, but definitely with the newer ones, definitely with the debate me bro sort of people. They're quite sympathetic to anarchism, but they're quite hostile to a Marxism-Leninism or Marxism-Leninism Maoism. So that can kind of impede further development for people. And look, if you're in a very privileged position, then that's probably fine. If you're a white person in the United States, if you're a white person in France, in the UK, then you know, realistically, you can be a social democrat, and that's probably about as far as you're going to go realistically, politically.
Yeah.
But if you're a colonized person, if you're a person who has experienced if you've experienced the treachery and the hell that capitalist imperialism and colonialism has inflicted upon you or your people, your ancestry, then you're going to really want to go a lot beyond that, and you're going to see very clearly through the bullshit that you hear fucking debate me bros saying, like, for example, black nationalism is the same as white nationalism. It's the same,
That's that's the
that whole
whole
thing.
thing.
That whole thing, like black nationalism, they just want to have a black ethno state, and it's fucking something. And that I suppose comes back to what we were talking about earlier on, where it comes to like being like partisan and stuff like that. You know, like there kind of is a point where you kind of need to say, well, there are some people who actually, whether or not they're social democrats or anarchists or Marxist-Leninists, we can work together. Or, you know, if they actually believe this notion that like black nationalists are genuinely regressive fascists. You know what I mean? Like if you believe that black nationalists are fascists, then get the fuck out of here. Get the, just
Yeah,
get the fuck
yeah.
out.
I
We're
did the
we're
whole
done.
stream thing with some of my comrades reacting to a particular.
Oh, was that the one with Deadman? With Deadman animations?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, that was great. Oh my god. Yeah, that's a proper fucking squad right there. I fucking love it. I love to see it. Like,
yeah. And like, yeah, I think one of the biggest
amazing.
things, one of the biggest like influences for me personally were people like Deadman and Jet Cloud and Jupiter, Young Simba,
Oh,
whole squad,
amazing.
the whole squad. Like
All of them are
yeah,
just
they came across my content like
amazing.
relatively early on, and yeah, I feel like they've helped me to guide me in a good direction.
Can I
As
just say, and can I just say as well, like a lot of those people are people who are developing politically as they go as well. And I've seen the development of a lot of these people, and it's been really beautiful to see. Deadman
mm,
as well, Deadman animations.
yeah, yeah.
Um,
Deadman's one of my favorites. He's one
Deadman
of my
has been
favorites. Yeah.
so consistent in his analysis. It's been consistently Marxist Leninist Maoist and really fucking thorough and also really fucking wholesome and understanding. I'm very supportive of comrades. I have so much love and time and respect for that comrade. It's unbelievable, like really, because if you go onto Twitter, if you go to YouTube, there's so much toxic bullshit, and genuinely, this guy's a fucking oasis amidst that shit, and
Definitely,
all of
definitely.
all the people you're talking about there are all just fucking fantastic. Deadman, and just for people in the chat I see people who are like, oh, who are you talking about? Deadman animations, Jet Clouds. Who else? There were a couple of people there that you
Young
mentioned.
Simba,
Young
Jupiter,
Simba,
all of them,
amazing.
all of them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
amazing people.
yeah, I think yeah, like I was saying before, they came across my stuff relatively early on, and even during those times where I was a bit like, yeah, I don't know if these, like I was
I'm
definitely
not
like,
a tanky.
yeah, definitely like questioning about particular things and like whatnot, and they were always there to help me out and try to give me the analysis that helps me to push me forward, give me the resources and whatnot to help me progress on my own political education as well. They've been there since like day one, pretty much, which is
Yeah.
something I always appreciate. And yeah, it's just so like unusual that in the whole sphere, like some people would deem them to be these, or to seem us basically to be like these weird like like black nationalists in the sense that it's the
Mm.
same as white nationalists. It's just
Oh,
like
it's just stupid shit. Fuck that. I'm sorry.
yeah,
I don't
and
care. Look,
yeah,
if you're from a country that has any experience with colonialism, like immediately you'll just be like, yep, cool. If you're from a country that's an imperialist country that has been a colonizer country, then you'll be like, oh, you must be a fascist. Just meditate on the fact that you think that straight away. Just have a little think about that. Like if you are someone who comes from these imperialist cores and you're from a privileged group within these cores, because people like outside of your group don't think that at all. Che Guevara or Fidel Castro did not think that nationalism was bad. Ho Chi Minh did not think that nationalism was bad. Not like Huey Newton did not think. Fred Hampton did not think that nationalism was bad. Of course, there is a distinction. There's left wing nationalism. There's right wing nationalism,
mm-hmm.
and so on and so forth. There's an important conversation to be had there. But if this conversation of national liberation and nationalism is entirely guided by the imperialists, by chauvinists, by right wingers, or even my liberals, then yeah, look, there's a lot of work to be done here, and people need to really question what they've learned and what they understand, and yeah, just take a step back, and have a little listen, and think about it, maybe not based on your presuppositions of nationalism bad. Nationalism means fucking Hitler
Mm-hmm.
or whatever the fuck. I
Yeah,
mean, just
yeah,
listen to
100%.
even fucking Mao made a very clear distinction about the difference between left wing and right wing nationalism. By the way, I have a video on this channel. It's like 5 minutes. Go ahead and check it out. I hate to be a dickhead plugging shit, but there's like a 5 minute video. It's called Nationalism, Good or Bad. Have a little look, check it out, and it goes into the traditional Marxist Leninists' Bolshevik perspective on nationalism, which of course has been embraced by Marxist-Leninists, Marxist-Leninist Maoists. So yeah, that's where we sort of start from here, and that's why we support Black nationalism, why we support Irish national liberation, why we support the nationalism of the oppressed all over the world.
Definitely, well said, well said. Yeah.
Sorry, I went off on a fucking tangent there. You know, Saber, comrade, I'm so sorry. I feel very, very passionately about nationalism. Because it's such a subject it's a subject that's so misunderstood, but it's so well documented throughout the socialist and communist tradition. It's been discussed so much, but unfortunately, the liberals, the colonizer leftists didn't want to deal with it for so long that it's something that I think is important to talk about, a little bit, because they
No, I
don't.
think we should talk about it more. I would
Well,
say.
can I
Sure.
ask actually, because obviously black nationalism has a pretty significant foothold in climbing up the wall, in the United States, because they've got that legacy of like the Black Panther Party and moving forward, through that sort of lens, they can sort of cite Huey Newton and Fred Hampton and this. Can I ask, as you as someone like in the UK, how do you sort of relate to this idea of nationalism and national liberation, and this kind of question? I mean, is this an issue that comes up in the United Kingdom, or how do you feel when I talk about these things?
Yeah, like I'd say it definitely comes up a lot less in the United Kingdom,
Mm,
and it's been quite interesting to explore the reasons why. But in
mm,
general, I think it's definitely like in favor of the national liberation of oppressed people. I'd say that much for sure.
mm,
Um, but yeah, like in terms of like my own experience, as I was alluding to earlier, is that I have a very like direct connection to Africa, the continent. Like I said, first or second generation even. Um,
mm,
so yeah, I have a very like strong connection to the places that I'm from in Africa, and it's like, well, yeah, if someone was to ask me where I'm from first, obviously, like when I was younger, and I was like, yeah, no, I'm Black British, but now I'm just like, no, I'm African for sure.
Do
Black
you?
British will
Can
do.
I ask?
If,
Do
yeah,
you take on the term like New African? And excuse my ignorance here, but I see a lot of comrades in the United States saying New African. Would that have any
yeah, no, the thing,
resonance?
yeah, this is something that's so interesting because for me personally, I would just use the term African basically
Mm, mm,
because I have that direct link. But as far as I know, and from people that I've talked to, New African is essentially just mainly more specific to the struggles of African Americans, from what I can see, anyways. Um, in regards to people just trying to connect with their African heritage, where it's been like so severely like ripped from them.
yeah.
Um, yeah, so that's essentially. Obviously, we can go in a whole like conversation about like New African and whatnot, and what that actually means, and how can essentially like come about and whatnot.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think in terms of people in the UK and me specifically, um, seems like anyways that like most black people that are living in London have a slightly more direct connection to their homeland, whether it's first, second, or even third generation, whether
Mm,
it's on like the African continent. Some people relate to being like like, people Jamaican or whatever. Some people relate to being Nigerian, African, Ghanaian, whatever the case may be. So yeah, like I said, it's always interesting to talk to my comrades who don't have that direct connection, and I try to
mm.
do the best that I can, anyways, to share my insights on being being able to go directly to my family in Africa and whatnot. Whereas they can't really do that. Um,
Yeah, that must make a big impact actually. Angie Speaks as well. Angie Speaks has kind of an interesting sort of relationship to that as well, because she said the same. She said a similar kind of thing to what you're saying, where she had a much more direct connection with Africa in and of itself, so that she, to the point where she sort of feels, it appears from my understanding in which she feels quite disconnected from the sort of sentiments that are being raised by our comrades in the Americas with regard to the national liberation struggle. Now, people may have criticisms, people may have hot takes, whatever the
Mm.
fuck. But there's a little bit of a disconnect, I suppose, between people who know, okay, my parents came from X country, and people who don't know. People who are like, my parents came from here, whose parents came from here, whose parents came from we don't fucking know because they were taken over in fucking slave ships.
Hmm. And yeah, I think just in my studies in particular, whether we're talking about the UK or whether we're talking about the Americas, there's always going to be that disconnect because even even if we have that disconnect, or even if we have that connection, a few generations in the past, we were colonized people, where basically
Mm.
wherever we were on the African continent, and even though some of the cultural things were kept, some um inklings of ancient African religious tendencies may have still survived. For the
Mm.
most part, it's just been like I was talking about, just erased, pretty much, just flattened completely because of the economic incentives of the Western world, which is something that we still have to reclaim back. So like we all have this collective struggle where we're all trying to just gather as much information as possible. So here we are in the Western world, most of us anyways, or like most people that I talk to anyways,
Mm.
and we're all trying to like gather the same resources, and we all have a slightly different experience to those texts. So like, as I was talking about before, reading how Europe underdeveloped Africa, um obviously like my comrades and you as well have read it as well. I've
Mm.
read the book, I've read the text, but having that
Try it
specific thing,
anyway.
yeah, that
Halfway
specific
through.
thing that pops up to my head, that's like specific cultural things that I can recognize just based on my own like first hand, second hand experience. It's like, whoa, this is like direct thing, but it doesn't mean that other people can't take value from it too. It doesn't mean other people can't use it to reconnect with their own um, inner African, so to speak, to have a more, as we were talking about before, have a more Pan-African view, or even people that aren't African, people to have more of a internationalist view of how the system is, connected in general. So yeah, I think overall it's just beneficial because at the end of the day, whether we're talking about Irish, whether we're talking about African or
Mm.
Australian, Chinese, whatever, at the end of the day, we all came from Africa. We're all one species. We're all
That's
one,
right. Yeah.
exactly, all one. So at the end of the day, that's the only thing that really matters. And in order to solve our global problems, we have to return to some semblance of understanding that we are just one species, despite all of our differences that we've generated along the way. So yeah.
Hell, fucking it. Can I just ask though? I mean, that was a beautiful sort of sentiment at the end there. Is it kind of weird when like an Irish person tries to compare the struggle? Because I can imagine that must be kind of a little bit strange sometimes when like an Irish person tries to. Oh, unfortunately, our discourse is kind of dominated by what's going on in the United States. And in the United States, a lot of Irish Americans will say, this bullshit. We were slaves too, And it's like, no, well, first of all, fucking no. We were never fucking chattel slaves. Fuck off, you
Yeah.
dipshit. If you want to be a dickhead and say that indentured servitude was slavery, then okay, yeah, there was indentured servitude. We had contracts that would last 7 years. Okay, fine, fucking fine. But you didn't have a fucking baby as an Irish person, and your baby was born into fucking chattel slavery. Just get the fuck out. It's completely different. So that must be very very frustrating. I know, especially like with comrades in the US, that must be really fucking annoying. But I don't know. I mean, I think there are a lot of similarities between historically between the colonial struggles between if you look at the comparison like of Ireland as sort of an early colonial subject sort of happened in like the 1100s 1200s, like it was kind of a petri dish for what would work in terms of colonialism and in terms of plantations and so on, eventually being sort of crystallized in the 1600s of like proper plantations and And then that sort of stuff would be sort of transported and exported all across the world. You know, can I just ask, like, is that something that's useful to you, or is that something that you think we should be doing less of or more of? Or because I know there are arguments for and against, you know, when it comes to like talking about the Irish national liberation struggle and comparing that. I suppose really what we're talking about here is light skinned people, their national liberation struggles when it comes to like colonial issues, and it comes to dark skinned people and their colonial issues. Do you think that that's a useful path forward? Because I mean, I suppose the point that can be made is that it can be useful in terms of building bridges in terms of solidarity. But then, of course, the other point is that it can be kind of diminishing to the actual effects of chattel slavery and the actual impact of what happened to the people of the African continent historically, you know. And so
Well, yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sort of interested, you know, what do you think? Should this be a comparison? Should this be a conversation? Should we try to make those connections? Or is that something that we should maybe just sort of, you know, maybe say it's tangentially related, but it's not really kind of the same thing?
Yeah, yeah, that's a very good question. And I think in general, like looking at, I have some comments obviously that may have different takes than I do, but
Mm,
um, one thing that I like to highlight is that history has been very messy, so to speak. So, like one of the books that I'm reading right now, which may be incorporated into my next video, is The Dawning of the Apocalypse by
mm,
Gerald Horne, and he essentially talks about how prior to the transatlantic slave trade, you had a lot of like really messy stuff. As I was talking about earlier, you had the Ottomans attacking the Europeans at the time, so-called Europeans at the time. You had different people taking other people as slaves, as well. You know, conflicts all over the continent. And in regards to just the
mm,
indentured servitude and slavery in general, like obviously everyone has like a lot of people, a lot of oppressed people today have very like painful histories, and I think it's very important that we talk about those struggles, not only to try to connect with each other, but also because I think it's just important to get the history straight. Um,
mm.
because as I try to talk about, anyways, the history that we've been taught has been so incredibly muddied, just to try to make the prevailing narrative seem as like palatable as possible.
Yeah.
Um, so it's like obviously people have struggled a lot throughout history, but and obviously I think the situation that Africans have had to deal with is, and even indigenous peoples in the Americas, this is very like uniquely different than what's happened to other oppressed peoples as well. Because we're talking about like, because obviously like certain peoples have dealt with like centuries of oppression, but um, we've seen how some things, anyways, have been used as a precedent to further like create a more, how would you say it, like a more intense form of oppression
Mm.
to try to further the economic gains of a particular nation. So, for example, as I was talking about earlier, so you may have had like Europeans warring against each other for whatever reason, trying to fight off people in their close vicinity or people in other continents. But then at a certain point, they sort of homogenize all of that into one congealment, which is like whiteness, and that has
Yeah.
involved like the
Yeah.
people in London, people in like France, even some people in Ireland as well, all come together to form this new thing called whiteness, so that so they can generate this even more powerful thing that can oppress the Africans and the indigenous peoples in America as well, because that's the new frontier. They need
Yeah.
to try to secure that base as much as possible. So that's a conversation to be had, of course,
Mm.
but then it shouldn't discount from the fact that we can be talking to Irish like yourself,
Yeah.
and talking about the struggles that we've all experienced and how we can support the national liberation struggles for our own people, right? It's not a one size. It's not a zero sum game,
Yeah,
so to speak.
of
Like we all
course, yeah.
support each other. Basically. We all try to look at this objectively and say, even if some person or some group may have done some wrongdoing, um, towards us, or maybe we have done some wrongdoing towards you. At the end of the day, like I've always been saying, it's like here we are in this present historical moment, and we have to figure out like how to come together, basically, how to put these contradictions aside to solve the larger issues at hand. So
Mm.
that's basically where I come to it. Like, because obviously, like these conversations have been like very very interesting, just to even learn about how the Irish people as well have suffered under the same kind of
Yeah,
imperialist colonialist system, right? So,
of course, yeah.
so
No, that's a
yeah,
really, really
so
interesting
yeah,
point.
basically, we all have a lot more in common than we do. Um, a lot more in common than we do different. Basically, that's the main point.
Absolutely. No, no, it's a really, really important point. But at the same time, though, I suppose we do need to be cognizant of those differences and how those differences can really hinder our development towards the internationalist, socialist, or just let's say internationalist progressive movement that wants to really make life better for everybody. Like I even saw like recently, and we sort of we were talking quite a bit about this at the start of the conversation about like the fascists and the far right in Ireland and stuff like that. When I posted this, that this conversation was happening on Twitter, right? I said like, okay, so we're gonna be discussing how Europe underdeveloped Africa, based on the Guyanese Marxist historian Walter Rodney's book, and we're gonna talk a little
Mm.
bit about the Afrofuturist movement and so on and so forth. Well, of course, some fucking dickhead far right Irish bloke. This is an Irish lad, right? This isn't like an Irish American. This is like Irish Irish. His fucking comment was, and I'm not gonna name the name because fuck that shit. I'm not gonna give any fucking quarter to these kinds of people. But this person says that I love. This is what he's saying here. He's being really disingenuous. He's saying, I love the racist implication that the Africans have zero agency to develop themselves. They have had as much a lead as decolonized Asian countries.
Mm.
So that's a fucking Irish person saying, well, why didn't they just fucking pull themselves up by their bootstraps? They've been nominal, they've been free since so on. And this person, by the way, may sort of present themselves as being kind of center left and social democratic, but if you look at their stuff for more than 10 seconds, you'll realize that they're a literal, actual fascist, literal third positionist fascist, and we have those, like in Ireland, despite Ireland being this subject that's dealing with colonialism, that's dealing with capitalist imperialism, and so on and so forth. This person is a proper fucking fascist, and we have this here. We have these people who want to see themselves as part of the European colonizer class, for want of a better word, the European colonizers. And so they see themselves as part of this, and so they see people who are non-white as being the sort of scapegoats for that, and it brings an incredible amount of shame to Irish Republicans, to people like myself, to my comrades. But we can't deny it either. It does exist. There's a very very small but vocal group, and if you look at like in the elections, like in terms of votes, in terms of the people they're voting for, in terms of the far right parties, it's like literally 0.02%. So it's a very very tiny amount, but it is an amount, and they do unfortunately make their opinions very well known, and it's absolutely scummy. And as you said, there are these sort of elements where they would sort of rather see themselves as being part of the white capitalist imperialist class, colonizers, and so on and so forth, rather than as being the colonial subject. And so that's where they see their alliances rather than as their actual true brothers in solidarity and in struggle. The subjects of imperialism and capitalist imperialism and colonialism and so on and so forth. So yeah, it does exist. It does exist, and we do need to confront that head on and not pretend that it doesn't exist. And yeah, and the Irish Americans, of course, the Boston Irish are a testament to that, I suppose. Unfortunately.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, something that we have to really, as you said, we have to confront but also just try to push on. I think just to be like, how can we take this and then like address it, but then also not to, we have to confront it to some degree, but then we also have to realize that we can't really spend too much time um dwelling
Yeah, we can't waste our time dealing
yeah.
with this shit because it's so reactionary. It's literally not even worth our time.
Mhm.
Do you know? But in terms of time, what I will say is that it's absolutely brilliant when fascists do spend all their time writing these messages and in the most recent video I had this video on mass immigration and so on. So actually it's not the most recent video, it's like last week at some point, maybe last Thursday or last Wednesday, and they like there was like about fucking 100 comments from fascists, and they'd spent time fucking writing this shit out. They were finding like quotes and sources and so on and so forth. And it's beautiful because that time that they're spending writing comments on my videos, that time that they're spending arguing with people in the comments, they're not spending that time connecting with real people. They're not spending that time actually spreading and disseminating fascist ideology. They're spending their time just fucking on like the defensive, on the defensive in the fucking comments section of some fucking socialist, Republican, Marxist, Leninist YouTube channel. It's hilarious. It's amazing. So like every second that they spend and every comment that you see, that's a fucking win for us. That's a win for us. It's a win for progress. And we should see it that way. And honestly, people like in the chat there, don't be afraid to confront them because honestly, every time you question them, you're forcing them to write back, and you're forcing them to spend another 10 seconds out of their day they would otherwise spend spreading their fucking boil, their disgusting filth all over the world. So yeah, engage with them. Just troll them. Have fun with them. Fuck it, because they're losing, we're winning. Fuck them. Can't help. Can't stop it. We're winning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, listen. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I actually really, really need to use the bathroom. Do you mind if I run off kind of quickly?
Yes. Go ahead. Relieve yourself.
Thanks so much. Do you want me to see if I can find you a question to answer before I do that?
No. Go ahead. I'm sure I can take it.
You've got some probably on the subject we've been talking about. You can go on a rant about fascists or about whatever it might be, mass migration or whatever the fuck it might be. Cool. I'll be back in like 30 seconds. Okay.
Okay. Cool.
Thank you.
Cool. How's everyone doing in the chat? It's been 3 hours and 45 minutes, and I'm seeing the same names popping up in the chat. Apologies if I haven't commented anything in the chat. I've tried to juggle what I'm saying as well as try to juggle what I'm saying as well as what Paul's saying too. So yeah, if I get too distracted by chat, it'll kind of take my eye off the conversation. So yeah, I appreciate some of the names that I've seen in chat, as I said before. Yeah, just to give a bit of a backstory in terms of the content I've just been making. Hi Nova Mac. That's nice to see you in chat. Yeah, if anyone's interested in the kind of content that I make, basically I make Afrofuturist content, as we've been talking about in this conversation. The previous video that I talked about is essentially the main topic of conversation that we've been making, that we've been having today in terms of how Europe underdeveloped Africa, as well as a novel regarding African mermaids and how their view on history has essentially allowed them to perpetuate a very distinct and unique conversation. Conversation. What am I talking about? Conversation. Civilization. That's what I meant. Yeah. And yeah, that's my last video. And again, I tried to tie that into the whole idea of the underdevelopment of Africa with Walter Rodney's book of the same name. And the video before that, I was talking about the Parable of the Sower by Octavia Butler, which is another like Afrofuture. Yes, Nova. African mermaids. Yes. So the entire
Oh,
premise of the book is that um is that the authors of the book essentially took the tragedy that is African women who were like thrown overboard, pregnant African ladies who were thrown overboard, who were pregnant, who were seen as very much
is
of an
this
inconvenience.
is
Yeah,
this the
the deep.
deep? The deep,
Yes,
yeah, yeah,
yes,
from the
yes,
recent
yeah.
video, yeah, yeah, very
Very,
good,
very, very, very cool book.
very interesting, yeah.
Very, very cool book. And yeah. So yeah, the whole idea is that they live like very, very present lives, and their entire history is basically entrusted in the hands of like one person called the historian. And the historian keeps all the memories, and everyone else gets to live in like complete nirvana mindfulness and just goes about their day. And then at one day in every year, they come together and they have these ceremonies. Um, and during these ceremonies, they share all the memories and whatnot. And then the historian takes it back at the end of the day, at the end of the ceremony. And then yeah, they go throughout the rest of the year in the same kind of cycle. So again, it kind of plays on this idea that like history is kind of painful. It's very, very stressful. It's very painful to really try to remember everything that's happened, which kind of draws a great parallel to the kind of content that I'm making as well, and how like reading through this stuff as I've been talking about before, it's like, oh god, like sometimes it's like, oh god, like do I have to read this entire book talking about all this misery, all this pain, all this suffering?
Yeah,
Very, very tough. It's very, very
I
tough.
know the
And then
feeling.
you realize, okay, this is for the good of like the people. This is for the good of everyone who needs to know how
The collective
the
good,
history
yeah.
has, yeah, exactly, yeah, how the history has essentially played onto where we are right now and how we can use that to really like go forward. Use the positive and the negatives to really like push forward and so
Can I
yeah.
ask?
So yeah.
Can I ask on that point? And it's a very interesting point. There is, I think there's a temptation at a certain point in your life, if there has been a great trauma there, where you kind of just want to ignore it. You kind of you know
Mhm.
you look at films, you look at movies, comic books, games, whatever, and they the characters you're playing as. I suppose this kind of gets sort of touches back on sort of representation and stuff like that, but. You don't really sort of see yourself as being represented, and you sort of don't see yourself as the hero in those kinds of films or whatever forms of media you're consuming, and it causes all these kinds of problems and all this weird cognitive dissonance within you, and so you find yourself almost trying to ignore a lot the reality of what your people have been through, and it's sort of like you're just like sticking your fingers in your ears and saying no, that didn't happen, grand, I'm not going to worry about that, I'm going to chill, I'm going to commit myself to a life of almost like anti-intellectualism, and relax, and it's going to be cool, I'm going to enjoy myself, and um, I'm not going to struggle with the realities and the horrific realities of our past. That's something that I have struggled with personally, and which I, for a long time, I just didn't really want to deal with. I didn't really want to deal with the Irish question, the national liberation question. I didn't want to deal with famine and genocide and historical eradication and destruction, and I just didn't want to. I was just like, no, I would rather see myself as a teenager. I sort of felt this way. I was like, I would rather see myself as just being this depoliticized subject, similar to the sort of characters that I see in Western media, British kids or American kids or whatever the fuck it might be. I don't want to see myself as this victim of this not centuries long, but millennia long project,
Yeah.
and so you sort of want to stick your fingers in your ears and just sort of pretend that didn't really happen. Was that, did you ever experience anything like that, or is that just a weird Irish thing?
Yeah, it's a weird Irish thing. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. No, no. I think in general, it's like for me personally, anyways, uh, it's like that. I feel like for me personally, it's like the whole trope of the curiosity killed the cat type thing. I
Yes.
feel like I'm the cat.
Rest in peace, Comrade Saber.
Whenever I see something that I don't know, I'm always like, oh god, like it's just right there. It's in my periphery. I can't really let it go. So I try
Yeah.
to like plug my like. There's occasions where I try to plug my ears, but for the most part, I always end up like diving headfirst into whatever it is.
Mm.
Sometimes, like for my benefit. Sometimes not. And I think largely considering the position that I'm in right now, I think it's worked out relatively well because I think it's been very, very useful to understand where we have uh, come from, so to speak. Because obviously, this is our timeline, this is our like reality. So
Mm.
like, the fact is, we're dealing with we're dealing with the consequences of history, anyways. So if we just turn away from it, we're not really gonna face. We're not gonna know what the hell we're doing. We're not gonna know. It's kind of like what was said in what was it? It was I think George Orwell said this thing.
Uh-oh.
Like those who control the past control the thing. Like obviously
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
people have their thoughts about like George Orwell, whatever the case may be. I'm
Mm.
sure like people have their issues with George Orwell.
Mm,
But
mm.
like I think the quote kind of stands true. I think the quote goes like who controls the past controls the future.
Mm.
Who controls the present controls the past. So if we're busy plugging our ears, then those who control those who have like an understanding of the of the history can basically set the narrative, and that's basically what we've seen. Kind of relates to um, how how the education system has been set, for example, how the media has
Jesus,
been set
yeah.
a particular narrative of how certain things have played out in the past to give a narrative of how certain things can't come to pass again in the future, things like that.
Can I give you an
And
example? Can I give you a funny
yeah,
example of that? In Ireland, the 1916 Rising, which is like kind of considered like the big sort of insurrection in Irish history. It's 1916, Easter 1916. And the person who made that rising happen was James Connolly. James Connolly was a revolutionary Marxist, of course, and a radical socialist, and very much Leninist in orientation. If you look at the sort of structures that he set up in his party, even though Marxism Leninism wasn't actually a thing at that time, but he was very much going in that direction. But when you talk about like the educational institutions and how they sort of present this, the way I learned about James Connolly in school when I was growing up learning about him as a character was that not that he was a revolutionary Marxist, not that he was a radical socialist, not that he wanted communism. How I learned about him was that he was a good Catholic who was concerned. He was concerned about helping people, and because he was a good Catholic, he wanted to help the poor, and that was it. That was it. He was just a good Catholic who wanted to help poor people, and so his concern was the working classes and the poor. And that's it. That's it. That's all you fucking heard about him, and that's it. Nothing about Marxism. Nothing about communism. Nothing about socialism. Nothing. Not a single word. It's all so neatly wrapped up into this bourgeois package of
yeah,
bourgeois
right.
Irish nationalism, and it's so
Yeah,
crazy.
it's like I mentioned in my video as well. The only thing we learned about like Black History Month, for example, is like, hey, Martin Luther King said I had a dream once, and like there was a
Yes.
bus out on a bus. Yeah,
Nothing about the socialism. Nothing about his critiques of capitalism. Not a single word.
nothing. Yeah, nothing beyond the basic, the most palatable thing
Yeah,
that doesn't challenge the system. So
exactly. Exactly. Oh man, that was absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much. Come here to me. We're coming up on 4 hours. This is crazy because we were like, okay, we'll do like an hour, maybe 2 hours. We definitely won't do 5 hours, as I said. There's no way we're doing that. But here we are
mm,
approaching 4 hours. For fuck's sake. Comrade, thank you so much. Was there anything else you wanted to say on this particular topic before we sort of wrap things up? Before we do like plugs and finish up and all that sort of stuff, was there anything else you really wanted to say with regard to the underdevelopment of Africa, or with regard to Afrofuturism and the political significance of this particular issue?
hmm. Well, okay. Let me try. I'll give a few minutes on this. Yeah, no, I just
Please.
I just generally think that. we basically have to understand the past, more or less. And Afrofuturism, despite the fact that futurism is in the name, it definitely does, as I said before, tie in the past and the future and try to like synthesize something, anyways, so that we can have some semblance of how we can make the future more positive. Well, the view of the future more positive, anyway, so that we can drag ourselves, despite the oppression that we're facing today, to a more positive future. And I think Afrofuturism is a great vehicle for that. And I think one of like the perfect example for that is just to look at my content from when I took up Afrofuturism to before. So it's like, yeah, I covered this thing, and I'm just so tempted to just continually go back in the past, try to understand African history, which led me to talking about Parable of the Sower, as well as talking about the Deep, and also, and after finishing the Deep, going on to see to spark my interest and be like, maybe I should go and look into to African history itself, which led me to read How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. And then from there, afterwards, I was like, maybe I should really like dig in a bit more into how I can understand history itself and historical analysis, which led me to read like uh, Engel's work about like socialism, scientific or utopian,
Oh
whatever
yeah,
it is,
yeah, yeah.
before I released this video. So it's just this constant like journey to continue to understand the past, so that we can have a better grasp as to how we can get to a more positive or liberating future, where we have all of these great technologies that I talk about all of the time. And yeah, relating that to the struggles that we're facing today, again, we
Mm.
all have our own struggles. Back in the day, they were probably dealing, the biggest technological hurdle that they had to deal with was, like we were talking about before, like guns and whatnot. And I'm sure other people were talking about like the building of ships and how that made certain countries like way more overpowered in regards to oppressing peoples in the New World or in Africa.
Mm.
And here we are today talking about the same kinds of problems, except today we're talking about algorithms and artificial intelligences, and how all these big companies are spying on us, and how they're basically using these technologies to modify our behavior so that we can shift our political beliefs ever so slightly, and how at some point in the next couple of years, this same technology can be used to make all human beings obsolete, because this hardware and software is basically able to do all of the work that human beings can do anyways. And so yeah, this is our current struggle. This is our current struggle. Like we can use historical analysis all we like, but we have to apply it to right now, and how we can use that same analysis, the same dialectical materialist method, to also um also look at our own situation and say, how can we deal with this right now? How can we solve these contradictions that we're dealing with right now, and how we can liberate uh the working class people of the entire world. Um,
Yes.
based on all the hurdles that we're dealing with, whether it's technological, whether it's neo-colonial, whatever the case may be. So yeah, it's all about tying all the stuff together, all the stuff together, and developing our own method, our own scientific method to take on everything today, and to move on to a positive tomorrow. So yeah.
Oh man, that was absolutely beautiful. I really really appreciate that, and I really really enjoyed listening to you. And I would really recommend that people subscribe to Comrade Saber's channel. The link in the description box below, and B, go ahead and have a little read of How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. Christ, there's so many fucking good little nuggets that you can take from it. So many great quotes. You know, we've done a few of them there already. You know, I love this one. I love this one. You know, African development is only possible on the basis of a radical break with the international capitalist system, which has been the principal agency of underdevelopment of Africa over the last 5 centuries. You know, I love that. I think it's so good. You know, no, but of course, then he goes on further remarks that none of these remarks are intended to remove the ultimate responsibility for development from the shoulders of Africans. Not
Mm,
only
yeah.
are not only are there African accomplices inside the imperialist system, but every African has a responsibility to understand the system and to work for its overthrow. God, I fucking love that so much because it's so relevant to like I like as you know, as Irish as a colonial subject, you know, as well. You know, we talked earlier about these sort of this comprador bourgeoisie Irish people who are working on behalf of the capitalist imperialist system. You know, there are African people as well who are working, who are lackeys or accomplices of the
Yeah.
imperialist system.
Yeah.
But it's the responsibility of every colonial subject, you know, every African here, to understand the system and to work for its overthrow. And I think that this book can do a really, really good job of helping everybody to understand what it is that's really happened here, you know. And it also gets into an important point as well with regard to sort of like racism, race realism, and all that as well. You know, there's a good quote as well. He said, you know, it is mistakenly held that Europeans enslaved Africans for racist reasons. But of course, he says that European planters and miners enslaved Africans for economic reasons. You know, so I suppose this is the kind of point like which it's like chicken or the egg, which came first. You know, did racism exist before slavery or did racism come after slavery? You know, it's sort of justifying ideology for it, and it's pretty clear it's pretty clear what Walter is saying with regard to this particular question, in terms of an answer to that particular question, at least with regard to racism as we currently understand it with relation to race science and all that
Mhm.
and all that kind of bullshit, you know. So there's so many good stuff there's so much good stuff to be taken away from it, but it's so important that we understand this. We really do understand this as a kind of a call to arms in the struggle, in the class struggle, really, for racial equality, global racial equality, against this horrific capitalist imperialist system. We all need to be fighting against this. It is different depending on where you are. Different people are going to relate to it in different ways, but yeah, we all need to be challenging first and foremost this capitalist imperialist system. We probably do need to move beyond, I suppose, liberal narratives. Probably liberal narratives which seek to just talk about the effects of the capitalist imperialist system and not, I suppose, the causes, not the root causes
The
of
leaves
it.
and not the roots of the tree.
Yes, exactly that. We need to deal with the roots. You know, we can't just fucking trim the branches, trim the leaves off, or whatever it might be. We need to actually go to the roots. We need to cut it off where it is, so that this doesn't become a problem moving forward into the future. So yeah, look, I really, really appreciate that. This has been incredibly educational, and I've learned a lot. You've
Oh
definitely.
God, don't flatter me too much.
No,
Oh
no, I
no.
really have. I really have. I've learned so much. Because I felt a little bit guilty going into this conversation because I was like, oh shit, I've only read half the book. I've only read half the book, so I'm gonna be feeling like a fucking dick during the stream. But you've really done a fantastic job of educating me, and of course of educating all the viewers who are here with us today. And I really appreciate it, and I know that everyone here really, really appreciates it. You know, we've been hanging out and talking for over 4 hours about this stuff. It's absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much for doing that. Before we finish up, comrade, I would really like if you could maybe just do some quick plugs. Let people know where they can find you and your work. Maybe if you could plug some upcoming projects that you're working on, and so on and so forth. People can find a link to your most recent video in the description box below. They can find a link to your Patreon. Please support our comrade out. It is difficult living in this capitalist hellscape that we find ourselves in. So please do help out, comrades. If you find yourself in a position where you have €1 or $1 or £1 sterling, whatever, to spare per month, please do that. So you can find a couple of links down there. But Comrade Saber, would you like to plug any upcoming works? Tell people where they can find you, and maybe give some, I suppose, some conclusory or finishing words to wrap up this lovely package, I suppose, of the stream that we've had this evening.
Cool. Yes, yes. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to the legendary Paul Morin.
Ah, stop! I can't. This is torture when you say nice things about me.
Yeah. Honestly, one of the people that definitely educated me earlier on in my political career, and
Thank you
especially
very much.
even more so today.
I
And
appreciate that.
in terms of where you can find me, obviously, there's links in the description of this video. But for some reason, if you can't do that, you can probably just write in Saber Afrofuturism on the YouTube thing, and it'll probably be the first. It's not the most unique name in the world. I'll probably work on fixing that at some point. The Great Saber, or like the Legendary, or the Saber. We'll see.
Holy shit! I
Yeah,
just,
we'll see.
can I just say that I literally just went onto YouTube and I typed in Saber Afrofuturism, and I can't. Oh no, no, never mind. Actually, I can. I can see Afrofuture. I can see your video on Afrofuturism in 2020 and beyond.
Yeah.
RIP George Floyd. But I can't see anything else. I think the name is a little bit more unique than we expected. Or well, maybe
Yeah.
not so
I
unique,
think
but
I
yeah.
need to add like a prefix and just be like something something Saber or Saber
Lightsaber,
something something.
dark saber. I don't know.
Saber. That's a good one. That's pretty, yeah. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll try to make sure that's available on all platforms before I do that. But yeah, no, I'm definitely looking to add to make it more easier to find, so to speak. Because like this is something that has been like really funny because obviously like on Twitter or like on Twitch when I'm in chats, my name over there is SVBXR. It's like
It's
an edgy
so
way of spelling
difficult.
name.
Yeah. I can
And
never. I'm trying to find you on Twitter and I'm just like, where the fuck is Saber? I can't find him. I have to go into my messages to find you. I swear to God, I can't just type in Saber. It's like S Kizigal. It's like I'm looking for a
it's like
fucking XXX.
yeah. It's like an edgy way to spell Saber, like the whole like cryptic whatever it's called.
Yeah,
Like, to some degree, it's kind of like on the one hand, it's like yeah, I kind of like to be pretty obscure. Like if you want to find me, you
edgy
can
boy.
find me. That's up. Yeah, but like yeah, no, I feel like at this point, I should probably make it easier for people to find me. I think considering that I have 4,000 subscribers, I've done pretty well.
You're no
Considering,
longer on the outskirts. You are the mainstream now.
yeah,
You're basically
yeah.
Disney.
So this, yeah, pretty much, yeah. Um, but yeah, no. In terms of projects that I'm probably gonna be working on next, I have a lot of like ideas in my head for sure. But one thing that I'm probably going to be doing right now is to build upon the underdevelopment of Africa to some degree. So obviously I've
Brilliant.
covered the foundational level, talking about Walter Rodney and whatnot. But now I might talk about the other side of the coin, which is the uh the well, essentially what the rationale of Europe and America was at the time. So like how they actually justified it, which is kind of what ties in this, which kind of ties into the whole sort of creation of whiteness and white supremacy and how that was essentially used as a bolstering force essentially to
Hmm.
essentially consolidate Europe to kind of bring together this kind of pan-European project to subdue the Africans and the indigenous peoples in America who were revolting against their enslavement and genocide. So I thought that would be a really good like contrast to the video that I just made, talking mainly about the African side of things and what was going on the continent. So I thought that'd be a good contrast, and from there I can kind of build up towards the present, and then talk more about the futuristic stuff that I've been sort of alluding to in this stream with regards to like AI and whatnot. So yeah, subscribe if you want to get a taste of that.
Definitely.
Yeah, cool. Appreciate coming on to this stream. Yeah, that's all I gotta say.
Look,
Thank you very much for having me.
well, I can say it'll be the first of many. I'm sure. It's been fucking great. It's been something that I thought would last 1 hour, but here we are, fucking 4 hours on, and it feels like we could go for double the amount of time. It's been absolutely brilliant. Listen, Comrade Saber, I really, really appreciate you coming on the stream. I really, really appreciate the humility with which you approach absolutely everything. It's really incredible the way you approach these sorts of things. You're always so humble and so gentle in the way you approach all of these issues. It's inspiring, honestly, and it's been a really wonderful, lovely conversation. Everybody in the chat is going crazy. They absolutely love this conversation. They love you, and look, I really really appreciate you coming on. Everybody in chat, please, 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 go and support Comrade Saber over on his channel. You subscribe if you're able to. Maybe share his work across your social media platforms, whether that's Facebook or Twitter or whatever it might be. And if you have the means, maybe throw $1, pound, euro, or two over on the Patreon there as well. It would be really appreciated if that's possible. So listen, comrades, thank you so much. I'm going to do a quick little shout out to everybody in the chat I see there now. Before we fully wrap things up, 00 Mongoose, thank you very, very much for your lovely questions. You weren't quite as intimidating as I'd expected. At the start of the conversation, you mentioned that you were a real African from Africa, and that I should be terrified. But no, you were pretty much lovely throughout the entire conversation. So thank you very very much. I really really appreciate you being gentle with this Irish bastard here. Thank you very much. Thank you so much to Joseph Hani, Juge Necromancer, Socialist Swan, Leonardo Grant, David Lee. Fuck you. I'm not just saying fuck you to David Lee. Fuck you is an actual name of one of the lads in the chat. Comrade Roman, Lee Flex, Jessidiah, Nova, Mac. We got Leonardo Grant. I think I've already said that. The Partisan. Who else we have here? David Lee, Wabba Cohen, Sydney Rika, and all the rest of the comments here. Donal O'Quishleva, Novar Mac, listen, comrades, Bailey Sarsfield, listen, thanks very much. I really really appreciate you sticking around. It's been absolutely brilliant. I hope you have enjoyed it. Comrades, have an absolutely lovely Friday evening. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I hope you have enjoyed this stream this evening. We'll be back with more streams next week. Probably I think it's Wednesday and Friday, and probably another video confronting the far right on probably next Thursday. So listen, thanks very much everybody in chat for tuning in. Again, thank you so much to Comrade Saber for coming on this evening. It's been incredibly educational and edificational, comrade. I hope you've enjoyed this as much as I've enjoyed it, because it's been really really great for me. And look, we're gonna have to do this again. We're gonna have to come on and get drunk, have fun,
Definitely.
soon, and all the best. As you all know, I don't have an outro. I don't have a good way of ending these streams. I try and offload this work onto the guests. This is like this is Paul the Imperialists. I am exporting. I'm exporting the outros to the imperialist subjects. No, I'm only missing. Do you have any ways that you think might be appropriate for ending the stream? Some people have said solidarity, comrade.
That's a very awkward way of ending my streams. I just say,
What do you say?
I just say my little preamble, and I say, okay, well, thank you for watching.
Thank you for watching.
Yeah.
Oh,
See you in the next one.
I like let me try that. Let me try that. So thank you for watching, and yeah, is that where we're going?
Yeah, and yeah, thank you for watching. See you in the next one.
Okay. Let me try that. I'm gonna say that, and then I'm gonna click end stream.
You have to emphasize the yeah, though. You have to say
yeah. Okay, let me try. Let me see. Well, maybe we'll do a couple runs of this. Thank you for watching, and yeah, see you in the next one. How was that? Did that work?
Perfect.
Did that work? Okay, I should. Yeah. Well, if that was perfect, then I should have ended the stream there. But let me try it again. Let me try it again. Let me try. Thank you for watching, and yeah, seeing that. Oh, that wasn't as good, was it? Fuck, I messed it up.
Try again.
No, it wasn't.
Build up. Yeah.
Thank you for watching, and yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Oh no, it sounds like a weird call-in thing or so. Oh, I can't. It's shocking. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's so bad. It's so bad. Oh, I can't. Look, thank you very much, everybody. Lots of love. Solidarity, as the American comments would say. Take care, everyone. Lots of love. Take care. Bye-bye. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.